Hello, hello, everybody. That should be time for another live stream, just about 1 minute late, very slightly. Getting things going here for this August 6th primary night. So, welcome, and we're going to do it again. We did it last week, and it's going to be top of the hour. We're going to have results, and we've got 4 states today as we wait for everybody to fill on in. Should be a good time. A lot more action than last week. Last week, not much action at all. One state last week, it was Arizona. This time we've got 4 states. Here's the schedule right here. It's going to be Kansas. It's going to be Michigan. Also Missouri. And then West Coast, we've got Washington State. So there's going to be a lot more to follow. Last time we were kind of just sitting here for half the night waiting for results to come in Arizona. Then they finally came in, and then they kind of stopped coming in. So there's going to be a lot more this time, at the very least. Um, so let's see what we've got here. So appreciate everybody that's stopping by early. Started about 1 minute late this time. Nothing too bad. Usually right on time. But let's see. I believe there's a respond bias. We need a little more information as to what we're talking about. Because there could be something I've missed. Let's see. Bernie Sanders, nice to see you. I expected you to be here early on. You wouldn't miss another primary night. Earlier, you thought it was Minnesota. Yeah, that is the 13th. Another 4 state sweep next week. But 4 good states today: Kansas, Michigan, Missouri, Washington. A lot of action here today. We had Tim Walz announced as the VP pick for Harris. So, big day, a lot going on, and now we're going to sit here for a few hours and do a stream. So, welcome everybody. Top of the hour, we're going to have some results. Let's see. All right, well, you're still subscribed. That's good. But if it's not working for you, that's fine too. The polling, is there a subscribe by respond bias? Um, I, I don't know. I think the polling fluctuates, and I always say the weighting of the polling could be wrong. The pollsters could just be misreading the electorate. That's a possibility. But as for any kind of a response bias, who's to say? I think it'd be a lot of speculation. Take a look at the polls. I've covered some of them. Take a look at the aggregates. It's been a little bit of a boost for Harris. That could continue. Again, it could drop. It did seem like she hit a meteoric rise. It does seem unsustainable, in my opinion, but some people think that, no, that makes sense. Uh, so that's going to be up for everybody else to decide. I think it's still been so sudden this past month with everything going on. I'm pretty much waiting until after Labor Day. Even at this point, I say I'm going October before I really see what's going on. And again, the polling, put some weight on it. I always say that, but don't put a ton of weight on it. It could just be off by 2, 3, 4 points. That could be enough. All right. Crowded races, that's true. I did not see any of the rally. I barely had any time to really do anything here today, but I've heard about it. I got a little bit of Walls coverage, and then I tried to get the stream up. Just don't have a lot of extra time here. But how did it go? Anything exciting? Maybe, maybe not. Let's see. It did not mention Tim Walls. He balances out J.D. Vance, I assume, in the sense that they're both military veterans. Well, I mentioned Walls has a military background, but yeah, I didn't specifically contrast him with Vance. But again, I mean, how much does a military background matter? I think it's worth throwing in, but is that going to be a deciding factor? I don't know. I'm usually pretty wide open on the expectations. I think everybody should have something they expect, but also be prepared to just be completely wrong. Because just think back over the last 5 or 10 years, I'm sure we've all been totally wrong about one election or another. Who's to say it can't happen again? So anyway, we're under 10 minutes till we get poll closings here in Kansas and Michigan and Missouri. Washington's going to be a little bit later on. I've got New York Times pulled up, and we're going to go through it. A lot of races. It's going to be hard to maybe follow some of them. But again, good to have everybody in here for another stream. We'll see how it goes. Hopefully it's another classy one. And we're just going to be hanging out, seeing what kind of results we get in here on this August 6th, 2024 primary night. Should be some close races, probably other ones that are not at all competitive. I do have a poll up in the channel for who's going to win the GOP nomination for Missouri governor. Also, the U.S. House Cori Bush seat, that's going to be one. Is she going to lose to Wesley Bell? Is she going to prevail? It's going to be another race to take a look at in the Show Me State. Again, here's your schedule for tonight as well as your next few weeks. Joe Manchin endorsed hers. I heard about that. Again, maybe it matters, maybe it doesn't. I mean, every endorsement I don't think is going to be a big deal, at least not in the end. But, you know, he's hitting the ground running with the Manchin endorsement. Maybe that's a bad thing. Maybe it's a good thing. There's a lot of people looking at the same things and saying it's good or bad. I kind of covered that in my Walls video. Seems like some Democrats, a lot of them are saying this is a great pick. A lot of Republicans are saying, well, this is a great pick because it's such a bad pick. So however you want to look at it. Let's see. If Walls is so great, why is Minnesota all of a sudden competitive? Is that true since he was picked? I assume that's too sudden. But I assume the case there is if Walls is doing a great job as leader of this state, how could the state be in contention for the Republicans? Well, we'll see what happens now, but a lot of my guess is there was a lack of enthusiasm with Democrats for Biden. That's one thing that I'm reasonably confident of. So now that he's out, the Democrats have a second wind, and I don't expect it to just continue and last for the next 3 months. I've said before, Harris has been a very unpopular vice president. So now that she swaps with Biden, all of a sudden she's very popular. That to me is a little too much, a little too fast. But hey, I'm open to being wrong. All right, Eigel and Missouri Gov primary. Is that who you're saying is going to win? He could. He got co-endorsed with the other three main candidates by Trump, if that means anything. Minnesota and the rest of the Rust Belt have been moving right for the last decade or so. Not shocking, all right? Usually watch Real American Stream, but changing it up tonight. I popped up first. Hey, good stuff. Always good to have new people in the stream. I know I've seen you comment before on some of the videos, so nice to see you in here. It's usually a little bit more of a balanced approach in here. Of course, it might depend on the specific candidate or the specific issue. There could be a little bit of a tilt in there, but in general, it's not going to be total cheerleading for one side. I like to cover the results and give my take here and there where necessary. Maybe you agree with it, maybe you disagree with it. But I always say probably shouldn't agree with somebody all the time. I think it's good to have a little bit of a disagreement, maybe 10, 20, 30% of the time. That seems healthy to me, but maybe I've got some atypical views. You can always have two streams going. That's something people do. You go back and forth, maybe you go 3 streams. But nice to have you in here. I sure we'll have a good one either way. All right. And I did put out a walls video, as I said earlier. I had a video out yesterday on the polling map. Things are changing. The last few weeks, everything is up in the air. That's why I said 2, 3, 4, 5 months ago, I said, if there's a ton of time until this election, there's no way this thing is remotely over. I said that when Trump was in the lead, and now it's gotten closer. Maybe Harris is slightly in the lead, at least in the national polling. Maybe it's a honeymoon period, but I still say give it some time. Whoever's on the top usually likes to say it's over, but I like to say give it some time, wait till the end, and that's what I'm going to keep saying, especially after all the craziness in this election. So we got about 1 minute here until the polls close. Will we get results right away? I'm not sure. So a lot of races here. We've got some Senate action. We've got governor in Missouri, Kansas. They've got the least amount of action, but they've got the House coming up. And of course, state legislator, that's something else you might want to look at if you're from one of these states. And I'll try to respond to as many comments as I can. That's what I usually try to do. All right, let's see. You think they really went good for both Harris and Walz? Very enthusiastic, but Walz needs to rally a lot and do things to get the country to get to know him because he is unknown. I don't think I mentioned that in my video. It's kind of self-explanatory, but nobody knows who this guy is. Similar to Vance. So Walz, he's got to get his name ID up. Is he going to get extremely favorable coverage? Is it going to be balanced? Is it going to be negative? It's probably going to be leaning positive, would be my guess. The states that close in 1 minute. Kansas, Michigan, Missouri. Top of the hour. All right. If Shapiro is so popular, why is Trump leading in Pennsylvania? Well, it has gotten much more narrow. Again, let's let the polls stabilize. Could be a temporary bounce, a couple of 2 or 3 point bounce for Harris in some of the national polling in some of the key states. But again, the national polling, the fact that Trump was leading nationally for months, that is stunning considering he really never led at all in the last election. And he still barely lost the Electoral College. Seems like Harris would need to win the national popular vote by definitely 3 points, but could be 4 or 5 points. And again, is there going to be an underestimation of Trump's support? There was in many states in the last 2 elections. And that makes it really tough to feel confident if you're leading as a Democrat. Could be another hidden Trump vote. Maybe not. Maybe this time there's a hidden Harris vote. You got to keep everything on the table as now the polls have closed. So, do we have anything popping up? Well, we've got the uncontested race called here for Josh Hawley. He's running for re-election. He's going to face one of these Democrats. It's likely to be Lucas Kunce, who was the runner-up in that Democratic primary just 2 years ago. So he's coming back for a second run. He's probably going to be the nominee. He's fairly likely to lose to Hawley. All right. So yeah, I mean Shapiro and Walz, they have some popularity in their states, but presidential race, the turnout is different, the dynamics are different, and it's probably gonna be narrow either way. So just a few hundred votes, maybe that's enough to win the race. You think Kehoe will win the primary? You can see Ashcroft winning, and Kunce seems to be going back at it again. Yeah, covered Kunce there. Ashcroft, his name is so potent in that state. It has a lot of weight to it. It's kind of like Bob Casey in Pennsylvania. I would think Ashcroft should have that edge, although he really did not dominate in the polling from what we've been looking at in this lead up. Any of these polls take into consideration that Trump performs by 4+ generally on election day? Well, I kind of touched on that, and it's true. I've done videos on that, and there's no denying it that the polling has underestimated Trump at 16 and 20 in many of the states, not all of them, but clearly enough of them. And there's no guarantee it's going to happen again. But if it does happen, then you're right. Then Trump should be sailing, even when he's trailing in these polls right now, or if he trails on election day. If he's underestimated by 3 or 4 points, that would be massive. So, yep, I definitely think that should be a consideration, but I would not completely rely on it. Cori Bush, you think she's gone? She's going to see the same fate as Jamal Bowman in New York. The margins, you're wondering. Yeah, I assume she's going down, but maybe less than the Bowman margin. Trump could overperform in this election by as much as 6. Yeah, there's only so much we could say before it's happened. I think even Democrats would have a fear that there's going to be a hidden Trump vote out there again, maybe even by only 1 point. But it could be 2, it could be 3, it could be more. In some states, it could be 4, 5, 6 points. We've seen it, but relying on it or expecting it might be inappropriate, but it's definitely appropriate to consider it. And again, let's look at these polls in a couple months when the tension is really building, because everything that's happened in the past month, it's still pretty fresh, but it's not going to be so fresh in 2 months. When do they post the results? Well, that's unclear. Here we go. We've got Michigan and we've got Kansas. So we've got results right now. Let's see what we've got. Slotkin against Hill Harper. Harper, the more progressive candidate, he's expected to lose. Slotkin is expected to win this nomination. And Mike Rogers on the GOP side is also expected to win. And Sandy Penciller, I believe he dropped out of this race, but he's still on the ballot. All right, there are some open seats here. A lot of races. It's going to be a little bit tricky, but we'll do the best we can here. And let's see what's going on in Kansas. The 2nd district. This is an open seat to replace Republican Jake LaTurner, who's retiring after pretty short career here. And Derek Schmidt, the expected winner, who lost that governor's race to Laura Kelly a couple of years ago, the attorney general, the former attorney general, he's going down to the U.S. House now. And Nancy Boyda, the former Republican turned Democrat, she's coming back after an absence in the second district. The expectation is Schmidt wins, and then he wins in the general. But we'll see what happens. A lot of these polls are Dem juiced, even in the Senate races. You're a smart guy. Well, I appreciate the compliment. Um, I do what I can. I don't want to toot my own horn. There's things I don't know about, that's for sure. It's kind of a community effort. I just try to piece things together. But there's so much in politics, you can't follow all of it. There's just no way. But the polls, I say be cautious of them, and I'm going to keep saying be cautious of them. People love the polls when they're up. They don't like them when they're down. I've repeatedly said, look at multiple polls. Take a look at the crosstabs. Take a look at the weighting. Take a look at the pollster reputation. And at this point, I would say keep waiting. Let's wait until the end, because this has been a pretty crazy election, I think, to say the least. All right, so anyway, again, welcome everybody to another stream. Should be going for a few hours here like we usually do. And we just had some states close. We've got 4 states today. So we're doing it again. We've got some results in here. We've got Kansas. We've got a little bit of Michigan. And in Missouri, there we've got some Missouri just popping in here. We got Mike Kehoe in the lead, less than 1% in. That's going to be Lincoln County. So, way too early to say about that race. But we've got, let's see if we can get the U.S. House race here. Here we go. Cori Bush, Wesley Bell. Bush, the more progressive candidate. Bell, the more establishment candidate. Okay. The polls overestimated Trump in a good portion of the primaries at the beginning of the Republican primary. Yeah, there was a little bit of that. I thought it was a little, not a ton, but I do think primaries, I think, they're much more, usually less accurate. There's just less polling, and there's more things in flux. But the final polls in 16 and 20 did seem to, they did, I've done the videos on them. I'm sure you may have seen a lot of states, not all of them, but a lot of them coming up short for Trump's supporter or overestimating Biden. And then, of course, in 16 it was Hillary. But I would not go into this race thinking whatever the polls are, Trump has 2, 3, 4 more points, or 5 or 6. I would not go into it thinking that. I would say that's a possibility. But we've been wrong. I mean, I thought Hillary was winning it in 16, like everybody else. I thought this thing is pretty much over. And that was a stunner. Okay. You're looking at Missouri Secretary of State. The website. Okay. I assume you're looking, yeah, and that would be a good place to get results for Missouri. I don't know how they're doing it. I'm going to stick to New York Times because I kind of like how they do it usually. Once in a while, they have a tabulation error. You're surprised Laterna retired. Yeah, he barely got in there. Only a couple of terms or something. I think it's two. Maybe it's only one term. I can't even be sure, but it's very little. He might have another future ahead of him in politics. Who knows? But that is a very surprising retirement. Maybe it wasn't working for him. Some people get into politics and they decide it's not for them. They just don't like the inner workings, the dynamics. Maybe they don't like the lobbying. That would be nice. Uh, Will, thanks for showing up. Trump is being underestimated by 5. Harris being overestimated by 5. If Harris gains 10 or more points in the polls, we have a similar result. I don't. That's a lot. 5 and 5 each way. If that was the case, I mean, I think Trump would be winning tons of states. He'd be winning New Mexico and Virginia, Minnesota, New Hampshire. Those would be in the bag. I think that there's probably some underestimation of Trump's support. It's hard to think that there's just none, given the last 2 general elections. But how much? I don't know. I'm wide open on that. I'm going to be taking all the results in on election day. I'm going to cover the polling, and I'm going to say that there could be an underestimation of support. That's true. The electorate might be misread. Completely possible. But it's also possible there's a little bit of underestimation of Harris support. She did go from being unpopular to being popular kind of overnight. So when something like that happens, I do think that it's kind of a honeymoon period, but we're all just watching and seeing what happens. Marlenga going back against John James. Yeah, that was a narrow one last time, and several rematches here happening. Should be another couple in Michigan as well. I think. Let's see, the 8th. This is going to be not a rematch, but Paul Young here, the Republican. He was the previous nominee. This is an open seat. This is the Dan Kilde's seat. So we got some Democrats running here in this blue tinted district. Republicans could pick this up. That's a possibility. Hello, Mr. Huygens and Apollo. Good evening. Thanks for showing up to another primary night. Let's see, we've got 27 people here. Not bad. Last week, we were I think we got into the 40s. And that was with only one state. So I think people are going to be trickling in as we have more polls close. People get off work, they get off school. Everybody's got lives they've got to live. Stopping by for the stream, that's just a pure bonus. All right. Let's see if we've got any. We've got one race called here. Haley Stevens. That's called for the Dems. 4% in here in the Senate, 2 for the GOP side. Missouri, let's go back here. Less than 1% of the vote in. Nothing in the 1st district. How long until Missouri results? Well, they are in. They're coming in. How long until they finish? That I have no idea. Sometimes they come pouring in and then they just stop. Sometimes they just continue and we get some great results. and a couple hours later, it's over. So I'm not sure. It really all depends on how fast they count, if there's any issues, how well New York Times is able to update their site. And close one here so far for governor on the Dems side. This is an open seat to replace Mike Parson, who is term limited out. His lieutenant governor is Mike Kehoe. But it's going to be a three-way race. We've got Bill Eigel. We've got John Ashcroft. I did watch some of this primary debate, and Kehoe did not show up to that. So I think he should have shown up. I'm usually pro-debate, and he should have showed up for that. Barrett, District 7, he ran against Slotkin, is running again. Yeah, that is the other one that has a at least partial rematch. Tom Barrett. Not to be confused with former mayor of Milwaukee, Tom Barrett. Wasp. Good evening. Thanks for stopping by. I know you've been around for maybe one or two of the other streams, but usually it doesn't line up. But looks like you're here tonight, at least for a few minutes. Maybe you're out of here in a couple minutes. Maybe you stick around for a couple of hours. Slotkin will win the primaries, but excuse me, she will win the Senate election. Since she knows how to win competitive elections, I think she has the edge. It's going to be competitive. Or it's expected to be competitive. Maybe she wins by 8 points at the end. But Mike Rogers, he's not out of this thing. He could win it. It's an open seat. And if a red wave emerges, then that seat is going to be in some real jeopardy of flipping. Got the hearts coming in. Love the hearts coming in. You kind of want a mash to win this. Justin, Amash, the Republican turned libertarian, former U.S. representative. Kansas has a little bit here. The second district, that's maybe the one to take a look at the most, as the fourth is totally uncontested. And the third, who's going to take on Sharice Davids? It's going to be one of these two Republicans. Another doctor running in this race. A lot of doctors. Prasnath Reddy. We've seen a lot of doctors running in a lot of primaries. I don't know if that's a coincidence or what. Okay, let's see. West Virginia Senate seat flips. He wins, and that seals the Senate for the GOP. I would agree. Yeah, the West Virginia seat is pretty much a done deal. I don't know if I've seen anybody contest that one. And the Montana seat is probably the next to flip, and then that would be 51 for the Republicans, assuming they hold Texas and Florida, which seems much more likely than not. I should have out a new Senate prediction soon, this week. And I'm pretty cautious. I don't want to make a lot of changes on my prediction, given all the craziness. I'm going to do it as we go. Very little changes for me on some of these ratings. If you refuse to debate, you should be immediately disqualified. Yeah, that would be an incentive to keep going. We've seen that a number of times. I don't like seeing people getting out of debates. However, I guess if they have such a massive lead, I get it. If it's not remotely competitive, you're going to put yourself on stage with somebody that has no name ID. That's going to be a huge hit to yourself. But I still think that, of course, they should be able to win. They should still present themselves to voters, contrast themselves with their opposition. Crystal Quaid has just barely been eclipsed here. If you're into this Democratic nomination for governor, nothing here in the first district. So far, right now, Slotkin and Rogers kind of pulling in similar results in the low to mid 70s. Slotkin has that suburban appeal. I think it's tough to imagine her really going down. I think her personality is relatable enough that she's going to get enough of the voters she needs to be able to at least have an advantage going into this general election. It's going to be, again, suburban voters, women, maybe independents. But we'll see if Mike Rogers is able to get something going and potentially pull something off here. Uh, okay. Uh, yeah, I know usually people are pro debate until they have a massive lead. Then they don't want to endanger their chances. But I tend to try to look at it in the abstract and just say, am I pro debate or am I not pro debate? And I mean, I got to be pro debate. So then I don't really want to go through the individual circumstances. I can understand, like I said, why some people don't debate if they have such a commanding lead. I get it. I'm not thrilled about it. I want to see candidates on the stage. I just want to see what they have to say, how they interact with the other candidate, how they present themselves. I want to hear where they stand in some issues, but of course there's going to be some unique aspects to every race. But just broadly speaking, I would like to see some debates. With the Arizona governor's race last time, there was no debate. Katie Hobbs did not debate Carrie Lake. I thought that was a total wipeout, but it didn't matter. And then this time, Carrie Lake did not debate in the primary. And Katie Hobbs didn't even debate in her primary last time. So Arizona is just all about not debating, at least in those instances. Uh, Rogers could win, but he's not the best candidate. The third, not the most competitive. Let's see. The Hillary Scolton district. Yeah, that was the John Gibbs one that she took him down last time. I think yeah, Scolton had to run 2 times, I believe. I thought she failed her first time, but again, I could be misremembering. Let's go back to Kansas here. Derek Schmidt in the second district. Got a close one here in on the Democrat side. Nancy Boyda is not actually running away with this thing, even though she used to be a Republican a couple decades ago. A lot of business people running. Yeah, but I mean, the doctors. I would think there's not so many doctors out there, and then there's so many that seem to actually want to be running. Amash, only member of Congress who is a libertarian. Uh, yeah, when he became a libertarian from a Republican, Cruz and Scott won't lose the Texas primary number for Cruz was insane. I'm not expecting them to lose, but I'm somebody who doesn't put a lot of weight on primary numbers. I think they were probably strong at the time, but we've all seen primaries where, given the nature of the race or the candidates, one side could have more in the primary overall, one party, but then the general election, it's just a different dynamic, different turnout, different developments of the race, and then the other side comes, they win it. I've seen that, but maybe the primary numbers are more valuable for some people. I'm not saying it's nothing. I'm just saying there's been incidents where I can recall looking at primary numbers and it just doesn't translate really that well into the general election. But every race, every state's going to be unique. Let's see. Do we have anything in the first? No. Crystal Quaid back on top. Here's Mike Kehoe with 1% of the vote in. He is ahead of Attorney General Jay Ashcroft, son of John Ashcroft. Powerful name in the state of Missouri. And actually, they have John Ashcroft here. I just realized that even though I think his real name is John, but he goes by Jay, and they have John on here, that is a little weird. Maybe that's how he officially appears on the ballot. I don't know. You think Tim Walz could help Tester from the small town America? I don't know. I tend to think these VP picks are not going to be all that consequential. Vance is supposed to be the guy to boost the rural working class vote. And I would think he would do better with that department than Walz, but Walz could do better with union voters. But I don't know how much he would help Tester. I think Tester knows that Walz is going to probably be too far to the left to have appeal with the voters that Tester needs to win over, because he's got to run 15 points ahead of Harris, maybe more, could be 20. It all depends on what kind of race they run. If there's a scandal, it really depends. I mean, Walz is super fresh, and there's going to be a lot of stuff coming out, clips where he has to go back and answer some stuff about his record, maybe from a long time ago. But probably the focus is going to be back on 2020, COVID, lockdowns, the rioting. That's going to be a factor. I'm sure the Republicans are going to hit that hard. And J.D. Vance had to answer questions from things he said. He's still doing it. Most of that is from prior to him getting in office. Walz is going to have to answer for things he did while in office. And there's some stuff there that's not going to be entirely appealing to middle of the road voters. So it remains to be seen what's going to happen. All right, we've got Prasnath Reddy has jumped in the lead here with 39% in. Dr. Reddy nothing in the first in Missouri. Let's see. Where did I leave off? Missouri governor won't be competitive anyway. In the general, probably not. It's an open seat. Could be a little bit more narrow, but we'll see. Okay, Lucas Kuntz seems pretty cool. Okay, Slotkin is a hack. All right. No, it shouldn't be a massive lead thing. Everyone running should be forced to have their views challenged. Americans can know the truth. Yeah, it seems like debates have just gone down the past couple of cycles. I think maybe it was Nevada, the Senate race last time did not have a debate between Cortez Masto and Adam Laxalt. Think there was no debate there. That was disappointing as well. You think Slack can get the Arab and black vote even though she appeals more to the suburbs? Probably. I mean, usually it's going to be most of it. Most people are going to get their bases. But how much is she going to lose? Could be a little. I mean, she does have that real suburban type of appeal. I don't know if she's going to go into some of these uh, districts like you described there. If she's going to go into the Arab districts or the black heavy districts and make an appeal, and if she's going to come off as inauthentic, she could. Maybe she doesn't even go there and she doesn't think she needs it. But I think anyway she would get most of that vote anyway because a lot of those voters are going to vote Democrat anyway. How many Dem candidates do you want Trump to knock out? You mean by with his endorsements? Okay, please vote for Republicans, not Democrats. Try to. Yeah, some questions. I mean, you know, what am I going to say to some of this stuff? I mean, I like to leave the specifics about rooting for candidates. That's for the crowd, the audience, the commentary, the chat. Most of the time, I want to call what happens, but I mean, there's occasional commentary on the channel. I've done a number of videos with some commentary. It happens. It's just not the focus. I tend to think just totally going in one direction is, I think it's unrealistic, and I think it's just not interesting. I'd like to think most people agree with at least 10, 15% of the other side. Even if you agree with 85, 90% of one side, I'd like to think there's one or two things you disagree with your own side about, and you can agree with the other side a little bit more. I'd like to think that, but maybe it's 30, 40%. A lot of people just don't like politicians. I can understand that. There's a lot to dislike about every candidate, every side, the entire process. Any seat one out of Rogers Lake, Cow, Brown, Marino, Hovde is a bonus. Yeah, I agree with that. Any form of indication from Missouri's first, that would be nice. We could check on it again real quick. Nothing. And actually, this poll here, I've got this poll up. I probably could close it out because we've got 57 votes. I think we'll end it and see if that leads to anything. Ashcroft is the winner there with 59. Kehoe in third place. Let's I think maybe we could put up another poll here. Let's do that Cori Bush one. Maybe we get the results right away and this doesn't even matter. Let's put that up. We'll see how that goes for a few minutes. All right. Real close one here. Look at this, 100 votes separating these two Democrats. And Derek Schmidt here at about 50. Not a ton of vote in yet here. All right, where were we? Massachusetts has a nutritionalist running the GOP side. Yeah, that's close enough. Dems won't have a party left if they want to keep debating Trump. I hope there's, well, at least one debate. Probably two, could be three. That early debate was something. End of June. If that was later on, July, maybe August, who knows what would have happened? But that was pretty bad. Like Trump could say he ended up knocking Biden out with that debate, or at least he got exposed enough. Uh, okay. John Ashcroft. Yeah. Okay, that's about that. Yeah, you want to be called Jay. Shapiro was a plus 30 in the polls, not your numbers. CNN's Walls seemed like the worst pick out of Shapiro and Kelly. I did I would say that Shapiro and Kelly probably better picks, but that's just my take. I did see, I think I had Walls in I did a tier ranking last week. I think I had Walls in the middle of the pack in the C tier. I thought he was not a unlikely or a bad pick for Harris. I thought that he was in the middle of the road. I just didn't think he was high profile enough to really be in the conversation, but looks like he shot way up, and Shapiro not selected there in Pennsylvania. So Tim Walz selected from a state that Biden won by about 7, a little over 7 last time, and Vance from Ohio where Trump won by 8. So these are states that had similar margins going for the candidate at the top of the ticket. Okay, let's try to get caught up here. Tester knows keeping federal politics out of his race is the best strategy. He wants another 18 victory. Yeah, I mean, I'm not counting out Tester, but it does seem like unless there's a blue wave again, or if he totally falls flat, I've been starting to lean a little bit more towards Sheehy, picking that up as of, I think, last month. I gave it to Sheehy. A Tester has no chance. There's that take. I always think everybody has somewhat of a chance, unless it's a total landslide like Steve Garvey. Then I could see him having no chance. Or Ty Pinkins in Mississippi. I don't think he has any chance. Let's see. Yeah, Tester in 18. Yeah, that was a blue wave, but that is its year that the GOP won 2 seats in the Senate, which is counterintuitive to a blue wave where the GOP comes out with 2 seats. Rick Scott knocking off Bill Nelson in Florida. Debates might be less consequential because of polarization. Makes people less likely to change their minds. Yeah, that's a possibility. One vote decides Missouri's Secretary of State primary right now. Let's see if that's still true. Well, I'm not going to be really following this race too closely, but I see what you're saying. Can't have 10, 15 tabs open. That's going to be way too many. But here's ballot measures. Exempt childcare property taxes. That's narrowly going no with 1%. Increase police funding. That's got a Decent lead going yes. Okay, let me try to get caught up here. Bouncing between the comments and the results. Right now, Slotkin and Rogers, they're sailing. Walls has a pretty unique background. Prior to getting into politics, he was an officer in the military and apparently once taught abroad in China. Yeah, I think he does speak Mandarin, I believe, or something like that. The reason why debates go down is because there are less split ticket voters. Deb Fisher declined to debate Dan Osborne. Uh, it's coming. It's coming from Nebraska, but this one is interesting. I think there needs to be a debate. Uh, yeah, I mean, I'm not going to say nobody should debate. I don't think I could ever say that in any meaningful race. Knock out the debates. Knock out in debates. Political Express? Okay. Is that, I assume that's a reference to the channel, but uh, interesting. Nothing GOP has done, I agree with. Sorry. Oh, wow. Nothing. Yeah, that's always hard for me to believe. If somebody says, no, I think 100% of the Democrats or 100% of the Republicans. Personally, I find that to be just highly unrealistic in my opinion, but hey, I guess I get a huge range on the channel. So, fair enough. I think Tester has a chance. It's going to be close. Got to pull off a 2012 because 12 they predicted Tester to lose. Yeah, I know it's 12 years ago now. I mean, it almost feels like a totally different era. All right. Keep paying high prices and taxes. There's always going to be an endless debate on which side to blame for which issues. You think Romney is close to being the same league as Trump? Not even close. Yeah, those are fairly different candidates there. Cori Bush is well liked, not as much in the suburbs by the St. Louis residents. She is well backed. Okay. Bush has good name ID. Well, so did Jamal Bowman, right? Has there ever been a third party who's been elected to Congress so far this century? Um, I'd have to. That's a good question. Trying to think. Sure, the comments can think of that way quicker than I can, right off the top of my head. Don't want to spend all day sitting here thinking. Please vote for Republicans, not for Democrats. Who do you want to be? Who do you want to be the next Dem candidate? That might be for the chat, I assume. Imagine Kamala and Trump will realistically have at least one debate. I would agree that there will be one debate, but who knows? Question is, do you want the next Dem candidate to be after Trump knocks out Harris too? Uh, all right. Running VP picks. Harris picked Walz. Trump picked Vance. Moral of the story: politicians don't make good choices. Tim Scott was a +6. I thought it'd be Trump's VP pick, but Trump is particular about who he wants to hand MAGA over to. I did think it was going to be Tim Scott a while. Pretty much the whole time. Scott fell flat at the end, and he picked Vance. Who knows? Very hard to predict politics many times. Let's see, do we got anything? Nothing in Missouri's first. Washington is going to be a little later on. Let's go back to Kansas. Let's see, we've got second district here. This is extremely close. Okay. Uh, okay. Volume for Rogers against Slatkin isn't looking good. %9 in, 6%, 104 to 62K. Yeah, I'll point out the primary numbers. I try to do that, not every time, but again, who knows? I think this is an open primary as well in Michigan. So there is the ability to cross over if you'd like. Let's see, 31 people here. Well, if you're just joining, welcome to another stream. Glad to have you here as we cover 4 states tonight. We're going to be here for at least another couple of hours as we get a ton of results. We got a good chat going. We've got a range of different views here. Or if you're just going to be lurking in the chat, that's great. Try to like, share, subscribe so we get the channel up. Try to get to 4,000, 5,000 subs. Okay, we got some potential policy discussion here. I've cut my own video on which sides I think have the best and the least. Well, let me rephrase. There's a video that I frequently mention why both parties suck. Those are there's some attributes in there, I think, as to what the problems are for the Dems and for the GOP. I tend to think GOP candidates would do a little better if they got a little bit more in the populist economic direction. I think the Dems would do better if they got more in the cultural populist direction. I think abandoning identity politics, that'd be something that would be good. I think getting some higher taxes on the people on the far end of the spectrum, that would be popular. Now, maybe you like that, maybe you don't like that, but I think it would probably be popular. Healthcare expansion, really getting control of the border. Those are things I think that would be fairly popular across the board. There's always a few things about each side that are just so unpopular, but each side tends to just stick with it. All right, let's go back here. All right, where were we? Trying to get to most of the comments, trying to keep up with the results. Stock markets, Trump could pull off a Purdue and lose like he did to Ossoff. You had Noam to start. I never thought it'd be Noam, even before the dog thing. I thought Noam just seemed like too much of, got a little too much Sarah Palin from Noam. And I don't think that kind of vibe is going to have a lot of success. But, that's just what I thought. We're all going to be right a few times. We're going to be wrong a few times. Hill Harper for Senate. I don't think he's going to pull it out, but we've got 9% in. He's at a quarter of the vote. Let's see how he's doing in Wayne. He's doing worse in Wayne with less than 1% in. Oh yeah, and all this the specifics about arguing about certain metrics or stats in certain states. I know that can go on endlessly. We saw that in the DeSantis Newsom debate, where you could pull out a ton, and Newsom's going to look like a total idiot, and then you could pull out some stuff in Florida, and DeSantis is going to look similarly like an idiot. It just could go on and on. When there's so many different facets and metrics for every state, you can't do great in every single one of them. So I think this kind of thing goes on endlessly. That's why I tend to not get into so far into specific back and forth on policy or stats about is this better, is this worse. Again, feel free to do that in the chat or in the comments. It's not exactly something I tend to engage with too much. And the results have kind of slowed down here after the initial dump. Oh, and look at that, Nancy Boyda. Look at that. We've got an exact tied race. 34-16. 50.00. How about that? That'd be great if it stayed like that. That would be fascinating. Okay. Please vote for Trump and not Harris. Tons of emojis there. As Boyda has taken a 2-vote lead. Let's go back to Missouri. Let's see what's going on in this. Here we go. We've got Lucas Coons. He's only 2% of the vote, and that's nothing. 4% in here for the Republican primary. For governor, anything in the first? Nothing. Colorado flipping that. It was actually closer. It's 16. It was just under a 5-point margin. That almost seems like totally crazy. But that's what it was. And then it went completely double digits after that point. Let's see. 300 people per day moving to Florida. Okay. Yeah, tied in Kansas. That was great. 50-50. What's happening? Well, there's a ton of early results. Can't say for sure what's notable yet. Some races have nothing still. I think it's just too early. Couple of small leads, but I think we got to wait for a little bit more of a vote dump here. Nothing in Missouri's first. Uh, Political Express. It's technically excess. Like maybe that's autocorrect. You're the best pollster there is. It's not really watching the primary stream. Well, sounds like you're having a good time. You weren't sure at first. About an hour ago, you were not sure, but maybe now it's working out for you. There's enough people here to have some back and forth, but there's not so much here that the chat is just scrolling endlessly. Could never keep up with that. As we've got 30 people here, maybe we'll get that up to 40, 50, 60. Maybe. It's still early. All right. Good stuff here. Crystal Quaid is in the lead here for the Dems. Mike Kehoe, Lieutenant Governor Kehoe, is in the lead here. He's got a double-digit lead over Bill Eigel, but only 4% of the vote in. And on this Cory Bush poll so far, it's 42 to 58. No is winning right now. Let's see what we've got here. We're about an hour 10 into the stream right now. We're definitely going to be putting in another hour 10. Last week, if you were here for the stream, it's good to have you back. We only had one state, that was Arizona. So one state, not exactly the most exciting. Half of that was just sitting here waiting. So 4 states today. Again, here's the schedule. We've got Kansas, Michigan, Missouri, and Washington. Some House, Senate, and governor's races. On the 10th, it's going to be Hawaii. And the next week, we've got 4 more states: Connecticut, Minnesota, Vermont, and Wisconsin. And then it looks like the Democrats are going to have their convention. So let's see. Waiting for a big vote dump. Let's see. Let's go down here to the 10th. Here we go. Only 2% in. Who's going to take on John James, who narrowly won 2 years ago? Could be a rematch here with Carl Marlinga. 6% of the vote in. Bill Eichel makes a gain here. Jay Ashcroft / John. He's in 3rd right now. Time is valuable. Hey, that's true. You know, every hour we live, we're never getting that back. So try to make the most you can with it. And now Dems dominate Colorado. From 20 to 22, New Mexico seem to be falling off for the Dems. In 24, it seems like we'll see, but the polls are weird. Yeah, there was a little bit of polling out today. New Mexico did get polled. I think it was something like a 7-point race, but there was a lot of undecideds. That's the thing. You take a look at the polls, a lot of these states have 5-10% undecided. Some of them have more, especially in the Senate races. I want to see what happens when we get into September and then October and then late October. It's going to be everything. And even so, who knows if it's going to be accurate? And how about an October surprise? Did we get all our October surprises out of the way in June and July? Oregon getting a 5-point lead. Yeah, 5-point in that poll. Yeah, I think we talked about that last week. And that came out during the stream. Somebody mentioned it, and that is wild. I have a hard time believing that. I think we also had a New York poll that we had a Siena College with, I think it was 13 for Harris, which if it was 13, that would still be a decent improvement for Trump. Yeah, Oregon. If that got under 10, I would be very shocked. Used to be a swing state, a big battleground, couple decades ago. Yeah, that Arizona stuff. I mean, we had some good chatting going on, good stream, but nothing to look at. It was a total letdown. Okay, now we've got more of these uncontested races called here. There's a ton of them. Can't go over all of them. What's going on here in the first district? We got a close one here. This is a red district. It's probably not going to matter at all what happens with the Democrats. This is the the Upper Peninsula district. Very red. Uh, Raffensperger. Yeah, I heard he was trying to bridge the gap between Kemp and Trump. I mean, both their names end in MP. That's got to be something, right? Who can't get along if you can't line up with the last sound of your last name? Low turnout in Maricopa. Good sign for Trump. Yeah, I actually didn't even look at the final results. They took so long. I don't even know what happened. They caused me to lose interest. Maricopa does have a ton of the population. Okay, please vote for Trump and Harris again. All right. There were no results. Yeah, that was a big delay. Then there was a big vote dump, and then we had nothing. Very little for like 2 hours, and then finally had to shut it down. We've got it called here for Derek Schmidt in Kansas, the second congressional district, former attorney general as well as nominee for governor. In 2022, he went down to Laura Kelly, but he's going into the U.S. House now. He's in the second. He has about half of the vote with 20% in, and it looks like he's going to be the nominee. And he should, it's fairly tantamount to victory here that he's going to be going on to win the general. Let's see, what's going on? Any of these? First district, not much to say here. In the third, I know Republicans would love to take out Sharice Davids. That would be a dream if they could do it. But she's proven durable. She got through redistricting and she won by a decent margin last time. Seems very unlikely that she'd be going down. And the fourth district, nothing here. That should be red and both uncontested. When you look at the polls, you like to compare from the previous years, but the Santa College, Harris is comparable to 22, and Gillibrand had a poll with a 23-point lead. Lake did well in Maricopa, almost 60% of the vote there. Lucas Coates called. Let's see. Let's confirm that. Here we go. It looks like it is with 3% of the vote in. Lucas Kuntz is the nominee for the Dems. He's going to face incumbent Josh Hawley. Hawley, the clear favorite there. And of course, Dems would absolutely love to take him down, but that's very unlikely to happen, I would say. And nothing here in St. Louis County or in St. Louis. Yeah, I'm not sure what the updated Cook PVI is on that district, but it is not that blue. But David's does seem to overperform the partisan lead of that district. Vermont for Trump. Oh, that's something. You don't hear that every day. One of the bluer states out there. But hey, just like in every state, the deep red, the deep blue states, there's a lot of people that support the other side. You've got Republicans in Hawaii, you've got Democrats in Mississippi, Tennessee, etc. All right. Well, New Hampshire and Maine. Now we're kind of covering all the states up in that direction. Will be interesting. Coons fashions himself as a populist, similar to Hawley. Yeah. Ideally, I would think if you combine the economics of someone like Kuntz, and the cultural side of Hawley, that candidate, I'd like to see how that candidate does. Of course, you'd have to go case by case down each issue, but in general, and all right, why are we on Michigan's first? We're waiting for the third. We've got nothing there yet, and in the eighth, that's a huge lead here. 10th, let's go back to Missouri. Kehoe still with about a 9-point advantage. And Jay Ashcroft, I wonder if he's sweating right now. He's in third. He's trailing by 14 points. Maybe there's a big vote dump for him in maybe St. Louis County. I don't know. Here we go. Here's the Missouri's first. And with 18% in, it's a pretty big lead here for Wesley Bell. In the city, Bush is trailing by 17. And that looks like that's going to be it. I don't know how she can come back from that unless that was just an early vote dump or something and the election day vote goes all against her. I don't know. Claire McCaskill is still coping from her loss. Yeah, McCaskill, she was defeated. She held on, but that's the end of that. And been watching the Olympics much recently. Mentioned this quite a bit last stream. Is anyone else watching? I missed probably everything the last few days. I heard a couple of highlights, get a couple of alerts, notifications, but I haven't really watched anything myself. If RFK gets on the ballot in New Hampshire, New Hampshire is a lock. Okay. I mean, I know a lot of people like to project confidence. I would just say, even if you think it's a lock, maybe just say it's likely. Because if you say it's a lock and then you're wrong, people will never, they'll never let you hear the end of it. We saw that all the time in 16, where Hillary, it's in the bag, it's a lock. Trump cannot win. How many times do we hear that? And back then I was saying, even though I thought Hillary was going to win, I was saying, why are you saying that it's over? And he can't win. That's just too far. Just say that, hey, it's likely. And Now look how foolish those people look saying that Hillary has it totally in the bag and it's over. At least on anything remotely competitive. I mean, yeah, is Vermont going to vote for Trump? No, that is a lock for, a glass of water with a D next to it. Vermont was one of two states that never voted for FDR. It's going back a ways. I can't correctly remember that off the top of my head, but Vermont was very Republican for a long, long time. Do I think RFK will drop out and endorse Trump? Probably not. I've heard that a little bit. That could become a storyline as we get later into the election season. I would tend to think he would not, though, but I can't say for sure. Yeah, Vermont, they've got Phil Scott. They love Phil Scott there. He's going to be getting term number 5, very likely. Yep, here's that race. Missouri won. Bill Eigel. Yeah, we'll see what's going on with that. Okay, Ashcroft with a gain there. Yeah, Bush. I mean, I wonder if we're going to get more votes soon here because 18%. But yeah, that's a pretty good landslide at this point. Bush is down. Yeah, okay. Thoughts on conservatives slipping in the Tennessee primaries and county generals? I would need more information because I'm not exactly. Are you talking about the Republican primary numbers being down? Again, if that's true, I kind of commented on that earlier. Primary numbers, I generally don't put a lot of weight on it. There's just too many times we've seen it not pan out to what it is in the general, have little correlation. But if there's slipping in other ways, I mean, sometimes things change a little bit at a county level. I don't want to read too much into results. Sometimes it's just an ebb and a flow of things. There's candidate specifics, there's local specifics. Is there anything the GOP can do to appeal to urban voters? Yeah, I remember we talked about that. Well, I mean, I would just go back to what I mentioned earlier. The GOP having a more populist economic appeal, I think, is what they could do if they're going to have any appeal. I think they probably would start with expanding or guaranteeing healthcare access, at least to the all U.S. citizens. I know that once you cross into the non-citizens, that becomes a contentious issue for people. So they can at least start there and say, we've got to get our own citizens. We've got to get them the basics of healthcare. We've got to just guarantee it, get it all set up, however you want to do it. I get it. There's a process. It's complicated, but that kind of messaging is something. They could probably get behind some other things. Paid family leave is going to be popular. I think that's low hanging fruit if they want to get behind a more populist economic message, stuff that has a wide appeal generally outside of strong fiscal conservatives. Those policies, I think, are fairly popular, especially in more urban or blue areas. I don't think it's overly controversial to provide some sort of an economic baseline for your own citizens, especially in an extremely wealthy country. I think that would have the most success. I mean, whether I like it or don't like it or whatever, I think they would have more appeal in some of these bluer areas. I mean, there's always going to be more things, but a little bit of the economics I think could go a long way. I don't think it would actually change much. I think even if a Republican came out and ran as a fiscal progressive, I don't know how much success that would have, given the fact that they're still Republican and they would have some Republican leaning social or cultural issues. So you can only go so far when you're in an extremely uh, opposite political environment. And again, the opposite I would say would be for the Dems to push back on their unpopular cultural issues and abandon anything associated with any identity politics, social justice, that kind of stuff. I think is just broadly unpopular with anybody that is in a red county. But that's what I think. Let's see, where are we? We got an update here on. No, we've got nothing here on some of these districts still, for whatever reason. All right. Okay, you take take your losses like a man. Good to hear. Um, Never look foolish though. I that's fair. I mean, I've been wrong on a couple of predictions at least. There's so many races. It's hard to get, even 90% of them right, unless you're counting the ones that are obviously not competitive. Ted Cruz underestimated O'Rourke in 18, pretty much learned his lesson. Yeah, it was a big wave. And Cruz, I think he has likability issues, but looks like he's kind of gotten it together. It seemed like Dems thought that in 18 that, well, next time Cruz is not going to run, but if he runs, he's going down. It looks like Cruz is running and he's probably not going down. So predictions there about Cruz meeting his demise looks like that's probably not panning out. Republicans would love if O'Rourke keeps running, just like they would love if Stacey Abrams keeps running. Yeah, I think O'Rourke is probably a stronger candidate than Abrams. I think O'Rourke could have more of a broader appeal. He does have the statewide losses. It's a red state. It doesn't look good. He's got those two losses in the Senate and in the governor's race. But yeah, Abrams is does look weak again with two statewide losses. John James in Michigan. He's right here in this 10th district. He's taken two statewide losses himself. You don't like. Okay, wait, where were we? Vermont is an electorate that doesn't vote for specific parties. They vote for the candidates they like best. You don't like Rogers' number in Michigan. There it is. Again, I'm going to say don't put a lot of weight on the primary numbers, but feel free if you'd like. And still only 9% here. This is really slow counting. Is anyone else studying U.S. political history? Well, hopefully, if you come in here to study, we do cover some of that here. I've covered a lot of historical elections, a little bit, not in extreme depth, but I've got a whole playlist, a series on political shifts. If the election were held today, who do you think would win in Pennsylvania? Pfft, it's just too hard to call that. I mean, it is so difficult to make a prediction. It's just like I don't think it's beneficial to make a call when it's in it's been changing. Trump's held the lead. Harris has come back a little bit. It's so close. I don't know if Trump is underestimated by 1 or 2 or 3 points. Trump's got it. If he doesn't turn it around, or if the polls underestimate Harris, then she could get it. It's too early given everything that's changed. The video I put out yesterday, based on the polls, Trump got it by a fraction of a point. I don't know how much Tim Walz is going to help Harris in Pennsylvania. It's close. Northeastern part of Vermont. Uh, Pennsylvania will be Trump's toughest state to win. I've said that since day one. Yeah, theoretically, Wisconsin, I would think of the three Rust Belt states, should be the first to flip, but even the polling in the past couple of months has been maybe the narrowest in Wisconsin compared to Michigan and PA. Is it possible that blue states can go to the right of the country? Uh, I think the simplest way I try to cover it, I've made a bunch of trend videos. I mean, the party in power is generally unpopular. Now Harris is in there. It's been a little bit more complicated the past couple of weeks, but the direction of the country, most people think we're going in the wrong direction pretty overwhelmingly. I tend to think there's some backlash on the party in power in that last time Trump was in power and people were unsatisfied with COVID and how a lot of things were going. And a lot of that got directed at Trump. He was in power. Now he's not in power. The inflation, the immigration, those are issues that are on the top of a lot of voters' minds. There's a couple others, but those are pretty high up and generally not favoring the party in power. So I can see a lot of states going at least slightly toward the right, given that a lot of them did move decisively toward Biden last time. So I could see them going half a point, maybe 2 points. Some of them could be more, 3 or 4 toward Trump. It's going to depend, though. It's too early to say. Charlie Baker. Uh, okay. Senior Scoops just woke up. Hey, good to see you. You didn't miss really much yet. Some results in, but we're still sitting here pretty much. In Missouri's first, it looks like we finally just got something about 10 minutes ago. 15. Wesley Bell has got almost a 2-to-1 lead here over Cori Bush. And then we're waiting on this Missouri governor's race. Right now, Kehoe has a 10-point lead. Ashcroft's in third. Other than that, uh, Derek Schmidt, the nominee in Kansas, is second. Close one for the Dems. And we've got it called for Slotkin and Rogers now. Not a surprise at all. Both of them substantial leads. So Hill Harper, right now he's pulling in about 24. He's actually leading here in one county. So it's going to be Slotkin and Rogers as everybody expected. I would have to say Slotkin starts off with the advantage. Maybe it's only 2, 3 points. Maybe it's more. Maybe it's less. And Rogers runs a great campaign. To me, Slotkin seems very inoffensive. And she doesn't have as much inauthenticity as some other politicians. So I think she's going to have the advantage, but it's going to be competitive enough. Finally, we've got something here in the third. I'm not sure exactly about these two candidates on the Republican side. Let's see, this is the third district. Let's look at this real quick. Okay. Nominee for Supreme Court. So Markey has the endorsements of some local legislators here. But yeah, this race is fairly likely blue, as Bill Eigel gaining here on Mike Kehoe. You expect perfection from me. Okay. Again, it is excess. If you're going for the exact name of the channel, but perfection is very, very difficult. I want to hear other people's predictions too. Maybe one of my comments from somebody. Maybe they'll call the race perfectly. That'll be exciting. Primal B. Oops. Oh, good to be here. Yeah, thanks for showing up. Is Bell more centrist than Bush? Yes, that's the general description. Bush is more progressive. Bell has the APAC backing slash endorsement, I believe. I think that's a big issue in that race. Places like Knox County, Tennessee, going from 66R to 55 and 22 down to 54. Well, there could just be some changes there. That's what it could be. I'm sure I haven't analyzed Tennessee in my trend videos yet. Given it's not really that competitive a state, it wouldn't be one I'm going to be getting to before the election. And then by that time, we'll have new data to look at. But I mean, there just could be a trend there that's getting a little bluer. I'd have to take a look at the net migration and the demographics to see if there's something else there that stands out. Maybe it's candidate specifics. Maybe there's turnout, enthusiasm. At least O'Rourke had a congressional seat. Abrams won nothing. Um, yeah, O'Rourke, he was El Paso area, blue district. Abrams, I wonder if she is going to run again. I mentioned that pretty much every time she comes up. Is she going to go 3 straight governor's elections? Okay, Republicans during the first 2 presidential elections where FDR was the incumbent didn't do that well in 36 and 40. Okay, the 40,000 vote volume difference in Michigan is not a good sign for Rogers in November. It sounds like, yeah, you're a primary turnout numbers kind of guy. But I tend to put little weight on that. Not nothing, but only a little. And again, I think Michigan open primary state. So there could be some crossover vote. That's the other thing that makes it complicated. Uh, Elf Landon. I think Landon gets mentioned every maybe 2 or 3 streams. Vance helps Moreno in Ohio Senate race. Other than that, Trump picked him to pass MAGA off to and appeal to working class and Rust Belt. Vance has connections to Silicon Valley. Yeah, that's true. I I don't know how much it's going to boost him, but I think yeah, that does not seem like an inaccurate characterization. I'm still waiting on Marino. Marino's a guy I just want to see what he's going to do late in the game. I think a lot of people just don't know who he is. Everybody knows Brown. So Brown is going to really, it's going to take Marino some time to really start getting that name recognition up and cut into what he needs to do to take down Brown. It's going to be close. I want to see what happens in that one late in the game. The Tim Walz pick helps pretty much nothing for Dems. Minnesota be a luck. Flip for the GOP. Seems like Dems really want to protect Minnesota. Well, I covered what I thought of that pick in my video today, covered some of my reaction to it and reaction I think I've seen from others. I think it's an okay pick for what Harris is looking to do. I don't think it's this great pick that's just going to rewrite the map, and I don't think it's a total wipeout. Why does Trump think he has a chance in New Jersey? Uh, I'm not sure that is that recently stated that he thinks he does. If he has said that, my guess is it's just typical optimism from both sides. A lot of times you see that where they think they're going to win a state they have no chance in, but I think they're just trying to project confidence. I looked up recent elections to see how VP pick turns out. In 12, Romney picked Ryan from Wisconsin. Not only did Obama win, but he won the entire Rust Belt. Yeah, Ryan turned out to be a dud. Uh, Jack Ciattarelli only lost to Murphy by 2. Oh, is that why Trump thinks he's going to win it? That's an off-year election. But yeah, that actually was kind of interesting because Murphy was the incumbent. That wasn't even an open seat. Southern New Jersey is very red. Has gotten fairly red. In 404, Kerry picked Edwards from North Carolina. Bush wound up winning North Carolina anyway. That's true. I don't even think it was close. So recent history of VP not delivering even in a home state. Yeah, again, I'll say what I usually say, and that is it shouldn't have that much weight to it. But the past results might not have any bearing on the upcoming election. They just might not. Election prediction, your name being changed to political accepts. Wins by 10 points. All right, yeah, well, hopefully the channel name is memorable enough. And hopefully we get a big stream here for that election in a few months. Abrams was Kamala's right rally. Sorry, she was at Atlanta rally. Maybe that was a sign Abrams will go at it again. Could be. I guess Abrams is still popular with Democrats, even though she's taken 2 losses. Okay, that's what you want to hear. Well, it looks like you're again. You seem to be having a pretty good time here after almost a couple of hours into the stream. You want to see a survey of political views, people leaving California, where they're moving to. I wonder what impact of that and other internal migrations are this cycle. Yeah, that'd be interesting. How often you do these live streams so I don't miss any? There's no set schedule. I think I did one last week. I tried to cover the primaries. I've done the first debate, even though that we weren't able to show anything or even uh, broadcast any audio. But usually I try to give you a day notice. Sometimes it's less, sometimes it's maybe a couple days. But usually it's for something notable like the primary. I did get on after the Trump assassination attempt. That lined up where I had a few hours the next day, the next morning, did one then. But it's unclear what kind of primary schedule I'll have. Eventually, if there was so much demand, we hit 10,000 subscribers, 15, whatever it is, and people wanted a regular stream, maybe once, maybe twice a week, just to sit here for 2 or 3 hours, just for a hangout, that would be something that we could do. But it would take a little bit more of a demand for that because, it's difficult to sit on here for 3, 4, 5 plus hours. Takes a lot of time. Hopefully, we'll get a few super chats or memberships, something along those lines. But if not, likes, shares, subscribes are appreciated. So I'm try to do next week for those primaries next Tuesday, but I don't want to promise it'll happen in case something comes up. Sometimes something comes up, and I'm not going to be able to do every week. I know the ones in early September, those I believe I will not be able to do. I probably the ones, if there's one in late August, I'd have to check. But let's see. Let's go back here. Nothing updated here in the first. Oops. All right, Mike Kehoe now sinking slightly. Bill Eigel in second and Ashcroft in third still with 22% of the vote in. And now this race has narrowed up a lot here for the Dems in the 8th district. Paul Young clearly leading on the Republican side. This is to replace Dan Kildee. This is the Saginaw district. It's tilts blue, so Republicans have a chance to pick this up. And we've got Slotkin and Rogers now just padding their totals as it's already been called. Okay, Swinger. Hey, I gotta go all the way back up. Hey, you're late, but you made it. That's good. Never too late here for participating in the stream. Good to see some regulars here and some new people, some semi-regulars. Some people here are here every 2 or 3 streams, maybe every 4 streams. I think we've done more than 10 streams now. I think this is about 12, 13, 14, something like that. Trump opening poll offices in New Jersey. Winning New Jersey being Trump isn't optimism. It's unrealistic. Winning Wisconsin, Minnesota. Yeah, didn't I think I heard Democrats doing the same in Florida? That seems also unreasonable. But it depends. If it's just an office having something going, it does seem, I can understand that being totally unrealistic if you want to just focus on where the election is going to be won or lost. Sounds like a cool source. I was asking about parties that vote red and why they left. But thank you. Okay, that's about the migration, I believe. We're at the status quo here in New Jersey. We like to surprise people. Remember, we have some of the highest taxes in the country. Indiana went to Romney. Obama didn't win the entire Rust Belt. That's true. Obama picking up Indiana in 08. Any of my New Jersey friends hate Phil Murphy? Go. Okay, Bernie Sanders is taking a break. Probably be taking a quick minute break myself momentarily. Let's go back to Missouri real quick. Anything in the first? Nothing. Also, Missouri, we got to see what's going on in the 8th. No, not the 8th. Here it is, the third district. This is an open seat. And with 21% in, I believe Trump has endorsed Bob Onder. I'm pretty sure. Right now he's trailing by double digits. This is an open seat to replace Blaine Luetkemeyer, if I'm not mistaken. Pretty red district, but here's the current stats here. Jeff Van Drew is your rep. Ned Lamont. A lot of people think Trump is a candidate like Romney. Okay, there is a difference between Romney and Trump, that's for sure. You think Harris outperforms Abrams in 2022 results in Georgia? Yeah, probably because the 22 governor's race, what Kemp won that, it was over six, right? It might have even been seven, 7.5. I could round it down to just six, 6.5. But will Harris do better than that? I would say, yeah, because Kemp was the incumbent. He was fairly popular. He still is. And Abrams had already run before. So is she going to do better than a 6 to 7 point loss? I would say yes. But hey, if you got a different take, let me know. Ned Lamont is Connecticut. Yeah, that's true. I was confused about that New Jersey with Ned Lamont thing. I think he subscribed to both Eigel and Ashcroft. Okay. Oh, there's the hearts. Good stuff too. The hearts coming in. Good thing you enjoyed the stream. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Whatever we've got going on here, it seems like you're a fan, so that works. Will I stream election night? That is definitely the plan. That's if I'm going to do any streams, that's the plan. But you never know. Maybe you get sick, you get injured. There's something that comes up in your life, and you can't do it. That's a possibility. Peter Meyer could have stood a chance. It'd be interesting to see what happens. I know the Trump base would say he would fall flat, but who knows? More hearts. Election stream going to be last a week with Arizona, Nevada taking ages. Yeah, that does take a while. Bernie Sanders is back. All right, you're going to log out. Okay, we got one back. We're going to have somebody leaving. You're taking off until 9:50. All right, you love the stream. Sounds good. And of course, everybody's got to take a break. That makes sense. At least a couple minutes every hour. That seems reasonable. And we've still got Washington coming up. It's going to be in more than an hour still. Did research, and there was a Democrat named Schmidt in 22 against LaTurner. So a different Schmidt. That's interesting. It does not ring a bell. Petition to make Ron Ketty/Ron Chitty Supreme Leader to God King. Maybe just of New Mexico. Dude looks like Rachel Maddow's clone. Ooh, interesting. I haven't heard that one. All right. Let's see. What have we got? Let's go back through Kansas. Let's see if we've got any updates. We've got the state legislator here as well. If you're from Kansas, if you have a strong interest in Kansas, you might care about some of these state legislator races because the GOP here does have a super majority. They can override Laura Kelly's vetoes. So this is actually pivotal in this state. If Dems flip whatever it is, probably just one or two seats in the state Senate, maybe it's the House, then they can get around having the legislator override those vetoes. So there's a lot at stake here, technically down ballot in Kansas. All right, so we've got Board of Education. And then in the U.S. House, again, Kansas has no governor's race this year. And they have no Senate race. So the first district, nothing really to look at here. In the second, very close race here. Matt Kleinman is leading Nancy Boyd, a former Republican from a couple decades ago. She was in the House. She She's trailing by 1%. Derek Schmidt, the former attorney general, as well as nominee for governor in 2022, he's going to be the nominee for the Republicans, and he's expected to go on to win. And the geography of this district, this is one I think is pretty bad. I think this is probably one of the worst that is a it's definitely the worst in the state, but it's one of the ones that stands out to me nationally. Usually the odd shapes, most of those, a lot of those go towards the Democrats, but this is a bad one for the Republicans. And there's only four districts in the state. Third district here, we've got Dr. Prasnath Reddy. He's got a small lead here. He's going to potentially take on Sharice Davids. We've got 82% of the vote in. And then in the fourth district, there's nothing to worry about in Kansas there. In Michigan, we've got Slotkin and Rogers. They're going on to the general election, as expected. State legislator here in Michigan, if you're interested in those races, there's a ton of them there. And then in the U.S. House, we've got a number of districts, but there's only a few worth taking a look at. Bill Huizenga is the incumbent here. He's got a better than 2-to-1 lead over Brendan Muir, who I'm not familiar with. And let's see, we've got the third, Hillary Scholten. Massive lead with 6% in. Republicans battling it out here. A lot of uncontested races. And then we go to this 8th district that has Kristen McDonald Rivet with a clear lead with only 2% of the vote in. This is an open seat, again, to replace Dan Kildee, the retiring Democrat. It's a blue tilting to a blue-leaning district, but it's competitive. Paul Young here was the nominee a couple years ago. 10th District, Carl Marlinga, he was the nominee against John James 2 years ago as well. Another rematch in the works, potentially. And then we've got 11th, we've got the 12th, and the 13th. Let's see. Haley Stevens and Nick Somberg are going to be going at it in November in the 11th. And here's the Rashida Tlaib district. Uncontested in her primary, nothing. She's going to go on to win in the general here, probably against James Hooper, looks like. And then in the 13th, Tree Tanadar. Less than 1% of the vote, and he's got 65 votes. He's expected to go on and win. Then we've got Missouri. First, let's see. Let's go back to some of the comments. Mark looks qualified. He understands meteors somewhat. Yeah, that's going to be the weather reference. There were several people from the weather TV that ran. A couple hearts, I saw that. Let's see. Laura Kelly probably used a corn husk for a pen since it's Kansas. Yeah, but Kansas is the sunflower state. Maybe she is a sunflower. From New England, that's all we know about Kansas corn. Usually I was the corn, known for the corn, but maybe it's Kansas. I don't know. It's Indiana. It's really all these states. Surprised how many of the anti-establishment candidates have lost this year. Kind of feels like we're moving backwards to the establishment. Uh, yeah, I think, like, yeah, I'd have to look at them all again comprehensively, but there's been some like that. It's hard to take out the establishment. That is very, very difficult. So Missouri here, we've got Lucas Coons, the nominee for the Dems, going against Josh Hawley. For governor, it's still not called here. Crystal Quaid, nominee potentially for the Dems for governor and for Republicans. This is a good race. 34% in. Mike Kehoe, the lieutenant governor. He is leading Bill Eigel and John Ashcroft slash Jay Ashcroft. Third district, this is an open seat. And the first, here's the first district. Now look at this. We've got a big vote dump. And Bush is the beneficiary of that vote dump. She just went up about 18 points. She gained 9. Bell went down about 9. And in St. Louis now, in the city itself, Bush is in the lead by 11. So it's not over yet here. Kansas is the land where Elf Landon and Bob Dole come from. Yep. That Elf Landon. Yeah, that. I think he lived a long time, I believe. I thought he hit 100. Maybe I'm getting confused. Should take a look at that. No, looks like that's correct. He 100 for Alf Landon. So that's all right. Yeah, Iowa, more the corn state. Yeah, if I had to, I would say Iowa. So that's if I had to pick one. Uh, Josh Hawley is not losing his. He was actually uncontested in the primary. In the general, he's probably going to win, but that's not really up for voting today. That's going to be November. This is just the primary, but I can tell you're against Josh Hawley. I think the only member of the squad who's safe from a primary challenge is AOC. Well, we just saw Talib had no primary challenge. Unless she's not in the squad. I haven't really taken a look at the membership list as of late. So we're about an hour plus away from Washington, and that state is a top 2 primary. So the top 2, regardless of party, are going to go on to the general election. It's not exactly my preferred system, but that's what they do. And this is super tight here in the second in Kansas for the Dems. Less than 1%, about 130 votes separating these two. Hope Josh Hawley loses. He's the worst. All right. Asher Brown debated Bernie Marino. I think you're going for Marino. Have they debated? No, I don't think they've debated unless it happened somehow and I missed it. Usually, I would expect that to happen. Yeah, probably here in the final 3 months, maybe the final 2. But I do want to see that. I want to see what Marino does. He's going to need to get his name ID even higher because people don't know him as much as Brown. Yeah, Tester did debate Sheehy. That was actually a pretty good debate. It was early. I managed to watch that one. Pretty good debate, depending on how you define it. Holly will be facing Kuntz in the general. Yep, in 22. Yeah, Elf Landon had a 100. I very impressive. Oh, we've got a lead change. 10 votes here separate Boyda and Kleinman. Looks like Kleinman has a big lead here in Wyandotte. Boyda the lead in most of the other counties. All right, back to this. We've got still Kehoe with a 10-point lead. It would be surprising if Jay Ashcroft finishes in third place. 3-4 months ago, whenever I talked about this race, I was saying, well, I've got to go with Ashcroft. That name is pretty weighty in the state. He's already Attorney General. He's got to win. But here we are a few months later, and he's really struggling. And he's in third place. Okay, is there a sleeper race for the Senate this year? Um, let's see. I would say I think well, I could point out a couple. I could say I think the Dems would point out the Nebraska regular election with Deb Fisher potentially going up against independent Dan Osborne, and he could run a strong race. Maybe that's a dark horse, sleeper type of race. And maybe Republicans might be looking at New Jersey, maybe, because it's an open seat. The stain of Bob Menendez, that could be a problem. Curtis Bashaw, however you want to say it. Maybe he runs a great campaign. Andy Kim ends up falling asleep. That seems unlikely to me, but that's probably the best I can do because I don't really see much else as of yet. Sometimes those races don't come on the map until well into the election season. I mean, look at Larry Hogan when he won his first race for governor in 14. That was not on the map at all. But the final week or two, it still looked like he was going to lose, but he started to have a shift, and then he went on to win. I think Nevada can narrow up the most personally. Well, is it not narrow already? I mean, I would say Rosen has an edge, but I think it's close. Vote for Trump. I've seen that mentioned here a number of times. We should use ranked choice voting for every election. Yep, that is out there. I've covered that a number of times. I personally do like the partisan primaries and ranked choice. That's acceptable for me, I suppose. Not really big on a top four nonpartisan blanket primary. That's not my thing, but I do find it very unsatisfying for someone to win with 30% of the vote and they're the nominee. That I don't want to see. I want to see somebody eventually get to a majority of support, whether that's instant runoff slash ranked choice, or whether that's a runoff a month later. And then you've got it down to two candidates. They have time to reinvent themselves and have the attention just focused on those two candidates as opposed to a crowded field. I think there's some value in that, even though you have to have a second election. That could be a hassle. Okay, a little bit of a vote dump here in the first. Bethany Mann is the nominee in the 3rd district for the Dems. GOP is looking here at Kurt Schaefer over Bob Onder, who Onder, I think, does have the Trump endorsement, so that could be notable. And now we're under an hour from Washington. It's called for Hillary Scholten with 7% in. Extremely close, though, for the Republicans. And again, if you're just stopping by, whether it's for 5 minutes or 5 hours, good to have you in the chat. Good to have you on the stream. We did one last week. Even if you're just lurking, hopefully you can hit the like, share, subscribe buttons. Join, become a member. Whatever you want to do if you're looking to support the channel. Trying to get to that 4,000 mark, and then 5,000, then 10,000, etc. Putting up a video every day, ton of variety of content. It's a big challenge to do, but it's been happening. And another lead change in Kansas. Matt Kleinman back on top. So we've got Kansas, Michigan, Missouri. Washington is coming up. The schedule is as follows. On August 10th, we've got Hawaii. Then on August 13th, we've got Connecticut, Minnesota, Vermont, Wisconsin. Then the convention. And then a little bit more here, August 20th. And then into September. And then that's pretty much it. I can't guarantee a schedule for the streams, but it would be preferable to do one next week. And that's not a guarantee, but we're going to try to do that. Can't do all of them, but try to do them when I can. Okay, my thoughts on the North Carolina governor's race. That's going to be the marquee race. I've been saying that for a while for terms of governors. It's that, then New Hampshire for the ones to watch, but and then probably actually it might be Washington after that, but that's it's going to be an interesting race. Again, I want to see what happens a little bit later on, but Mark Robinson and Josh Stein, I have given the edge to Stein in that because I think Robinson is he's going to be viewed as more controversial. Even if he wins, even if you love him, I think he's viewed as more controversial. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean he's worse or he can't win. I think he could win the thing, but I've had Stein slightly ahead because I think he's going to just be a little bit more level-headed and not have to answer for as many past statements. And I think the legislator in the state, it's very red. It's a supermajority of Republicans, just like in Kansas. And sometimes voters, sometimes, not every time, but they want a little bit of balance with their governor and their legislator. And if Robinson is the winner, which he might be, then the state is going to be very, very red. The legislator will be supermajority red, and the governor will be red. The state Supreme Court will be red. So I think it's close, but given the edge to Stein for now. Polling's been, I guess, back and forth. Maybe Stein has been ahead a little bit more. But Robinson, I mean, he's already lieutenant governor. You know, in Stein, he's attorney general. These people have high name ID. But Robinson is kind of a wild card. He's going to excite people. He's going to ignite people, but he's also going to excite and ignite people to come out and vote against him, similar to Donald Trump. Now, people have said that Trump will drag Robinson over the line because Trump is probably going to win the state. Maybe he does. There's probably going to be some split ticket voting, though. It's tough to imagine people voting for Trump and then for Stein. But I'm not confident in Stein winning. I'm saying if I had to pick, I give him the edge. It's crazy. Wayne County hasn't come out yet much. Yeah, there wasn't any a bit ago when I checked. Let's see. Less than 1%. Less than 1%. Yeah, still nothing there in Wayne. I'm going to say Jay Ashcroft here is not going to win this thing at this point. Again, we've got a good chunk here in St. Louis, and then in the county, about a third. A lot of vote outstanding. And in the rurals, it looks like Kehoe and Eagle have, wow, they're kind of trading off in some of these counties. Speaking of New Hampshire, the governor's race, we've had a lot of politicians reappear this year. Okay, I assume we're talking about Kelly Ayotte. That she's coming back. It could be more though, but that she's the easy one that comes to mind. Let's go back here to the first. You have North Carolina lean blue about the governor's level because of the same reasons you've mentioned. Fair enough. Sounds like we're on the same page there. Donald Trump will win. Okay. Robinson is very divisive, will probably work against him in a close election during a presidential year. That certainly could. Political X says, which congressional district do you think is likely to flip red? The 24th, the 7th, or the 8th? And Mark Talarico, thanks for joining the channel, the stream. Let's see. Let's look a little closer at both of these. The 7th or the 8th, I think. Yeah, these are both potential flips. Tom Barrett ran last time. So is that an asset or a liability? His name ID should be higher. But in the 8th, also Paul Young ran last time. So we can't, I don't know how much weight to put on that. Sometimes voters get tired of the same guy running, but at the same time, it might help. I'm not familiar enough with the candidates, what kind of campaign they're going to run on the Democratic side. McDonald Rivet, I don't know how strong she's going to be, so I can't say, or Curtis Hertel, if that's how you say it. But I would say, I would maybe actually say the 8th has a slightly better chance of flipping off the top of my head. But again, that's just without going into the candidate specifics. It was narrow last time. The Slotkin district, the seventh, that one, she seemed to be a good fit for that district. So in a post Slotkin environment, I don't know how much it's going to just all of a sudden go to the right, but it was close. They're both very close. Which one do you think is going to flip more likely? How about that? Let's see. But thanks for the question. Um, all right. You see Eigel making an upset. It could be. Kehoe, without debating, he's still leading. That's maybe debating doesn't really even matter anymore. I think this primary was an upset for Kehoe. Well, yeah, he's at 40. He's riding that 40%. I would love to see a runoff. But after he didn't debate, I thought that might ding him a little bit. But he is lieutenant governor. He has the endorsement, I think, from Governor Parson, which makes sense, of course, if they're kind of on the same ticket in a sense. But Kehoe, I think he's a little bit older, but whatever. I'd be surprised if he won by 10 points and skipped out in that debate. And John J. Ashcroft going in third. That is kind of embarrassing. Bill Eigel kind of came out of nowhere in a sense, and he's doing pretty good. And we've got a lot of rural counties here that have yet to come in. So we got to see what happens here. In your opinion, who's the favorite to win the presidential election at this point? Well, I mean, I don't want to totally cop out on answering. It's just, I've said there's so many changes over the past month. And if you look at my old prediction videos, I mean, a year ago, I had Biden winning it narrowly. As a year ago, Trump was at a low point. Or maybe that was actually a year and a half ago at this point. But for the last most of this year, I had Trump narrowly winning it. Then 2 months ago, I had Trump kind of finally getting it by a little bit more comfortable of a margin because he's been sustaining a lead. We've been getting more into the election. But then, of course, after the last month, I think they just wiped away everything. I expect Harris to sink a little bit because I mean, I've thought she was a weak candidate as vice president when she ran in 2020. I don't think she had much success. I think she's got liabilities. She's been getting some glowing treatment lately in the media. Would expect it to wear off, but I'm open to it not wearing off. And I don't know, she provided a jolt to the Dems because they were completely defeated. Biden had nothing going for them in terms of excitement. After that debate, the Trump assassination attempt, it looked like Trump was likely to win, maybe even very likely. But then, of course, we still had 3 to 4 months to go, and now we've got a swap out with Harris. She's making it more competitive in the polling. She's taking the lead in some of these places. But is that going to last? Maybe the lead changes 2 or 3 times before the election. Maybe the polling underestimates Trump by 1, 2, 3 points. But in my hypothetical prediction from about 2.5 weeks ago, I had Trump narrowly, or no, actually it wasn't that narrow. I had Trump winning it, but the margins were very narrow. In the battlegrounds, Trump was getting the tilts in the Rust Belt. So if I go back to that, I would say Trump wins it narrowly. Because I think everybody knows Trump. A lot of people hate him, but he's got the base of support. Harris, she's a little bit fresh, so there's kind of excitement over something new happening. But I do think she's got liabilities. I think she comes off as inauthentic. And the party in power is not popular. Trump has baggage. There's no question about that. But Harris going from unpopular, possibly very, very unpopular as VP, lack of success running for president 4 years ago. It's hard to believe that all of a sudden she's would just sustain a high level of popularity out of the blue almost. But it's going to be close. Let's give it some time. So there's kind of a long roundabout answer. Okay, you think the 10th district for Michigan can slip? Given how close it was last time, it could be endangered. That would be embarrassing if the GOP lost the 10th district, but it's not out of the question given how narrow it was. No, Missouri doesn't have runoffs that I'm aware of, even though a lot of southern states do, if that's considered a southern state. But I would like to see them have a runoff. I would not want to see somebody winning with 30 or 40% of the vote. Let's see. Deeds. Hey, first time catching a live stream. Want to say, love the videos, love the professional coverage and events. Hope that the day went well. Well, thanks a lot. I love those kinds of comments. Some people just can't get to the streams, even though we've done a bunch. So good to see you here. Good to see you having an upbeat message. And appreciate the comment. Hopefully you're having a nice night yourself. Right, no runoffs in Missouri. I think the anti-Igo voters ultimately decided to back Kehoe rather than Ashcroft, except in Springfield. Yeah, I did see that. Greene County. There's Ashcroft with a lead. What does Iceland have to do with that? I'm not sure what that's about. I don't like the Dems getting too excited for Harris. That scares me, like 2060. Yeah, that's kind of what I was saying. It does seem like yeah, Republicans were really sky high right before that. At the convention, right after the assassination attempt, they were at their absolute peak. And I was saying, it's July, it's not October. You've got to give it some time. You don't know what's going to happen. And now all of a sudden the momentum, the enthusiasm seems to has flipped, at least for the last couple of weeks. But now the Democrats are looking at the polls, they love them, and everybody's kind of flipped their opinions. And it's just like, can we just look at the polls a little bit, but not put a lot of weight on them and be prepared for things to change? We've just seen it change so many times. I think we should wait a little bit longer. And when Republicans were saying it's over, Trump has such a huge lead in May or June, I said that's just that I can't go with it. It's way too early. And now when Democrats are saying, now that they're on top in a little bit of some of these polls, they're saying it's over. Some of them. I say that doesn't make any sense. It's only over when you're in the lead. It seems like that's what a lot of people tend to think. Okay, Missouri is more of a plain state than a southern state. Yeah, it is one of those borderline things. So that's why I leave that up to the comments to decide. I appreciate the nuance. Sounds good. Hello from Canada. Hey, Canadian in the stream. Fernanda Pacquiao. Pachico. I'm sure I botched that, but good to have you here. If you're into American politics and you're looking for a channel that's not packed, where you can't read any of the chat, or you're not looking for an extreme cheerleader for one side, good place to be is right here. A little bit of a vote dump. We're over 50% here, and Wesley Bell has a 11, 12-point lead here. And Washington is about 39 minutes away. So stay tuned for that. Still more action to go. It's coming up. Top of the hour. Okay, good stuff then. Uh, as I've said, remember to like, share, subscribe. If you'd like to support the channel, join, become a member, super chat, donate. Just sit here and watch it, keep it on in the background. Any of that is going to be good stuff. If we're trying to boost the profile of the channel, keep it going. A lot of channels out there, and it's not easy to keep it going every day. Hopefully my voice is mostly back. I know I've had some voice issues the past couple of weeks, as you may have heard in some of the videos. Let's go back here to Missouri. Okay. Look at Jay Ashcroft here. He was leading in the polls, and people said it was over for Kehoe and Igle. Ashcroft is in third. Yeah, absolutely. We've seen that in some of these streams. We saw David Trone in Maryland. He lost to Alsabrooks by double digits, I believe, and that was a stunner. And Bernie Moreno, when he won in Ohio, he won really quickly. I guess the order they counted the vote, there was a it seemed very close, but then by the end it was not close at all. They called it for Marino early, and by the end he had a huge lead. It was much wider than expected. Harris has to get through the convention and maybe debates if Trump doesn't back out. Tim Walz might have some things opening up for him about riots and COVID. That's true. Walz, that's going to be the big problem with Walz, is what you just said right there. And I'm sure Republican operatives are going through all of his old clips, his old press conferences, his statements during that time, and they're gonna cast him as unelectable, too far left, unpalatable for suburbs, independents, anybody concerned about immigration, crime. They're gonna hit him on that. And also, yeah, we do want to see if there's gonna be unrest during that convention. Okay. And another lead change in this Kansas's second congressional district race. Nancy Boyd is back on top. Okay. Thank you for the very clear, unbiased commentary on American elections. It's great to have an independent poll reporting. Keep up the excellent work. Thanks a lot. Appreciate it. Always like those kinds of positive comments. The bias is low, I would guess. That's usually what I hear from the channel. But at the same time, once in a while, I hear that there's so much bias in this direction or the opposite direction. So I guess it all kind of evens out. And sometimes I comment on certain issues that's going to have some bias, but most of the time, the bulk of it is just talking about what's going on, calling the results, trying to present the two sides. But it's basically impossible to be a complete sterile robot and have absolutely no opinions or zero bias 100% of the time. Certainly, I don't think that would be exciting. Okay, help Trump to win the entire election, but not Harris, okay? Did you have any other kinds of questions or comments? I appreciate you hanging around the entire stream, but given when the chat is slower, I can answer pretty much most questions. I may decline to answer some, but okay. You think Shapiro was dangerous too of a pick as governor of Pennsylvania, but it seemed like Shapiro had a lot more baggage and was getting worse, and Fetterman was worried. Yeah, I mean, Shapiro seemed like a good pick, but I guess, yeah, he apparently had some sexual assault allegations or something in that direction. Maybe I'm mischaracterizing it, but he seemed like a decent pick from an important state. But or Mark Kelly, I didn't think it'd be Bashir, but looks like it is Tim Walz. Outside of redistricting in North Carolina, what is the most likely blue House district to flip red in 24? Um, I, let's see. It could be it could be right here in Washington. Third district, Marie Glusenkamp Perez could go down to Joe Kent. That's one that comes to me off the top of my head. That that's going to be very close. It's a rematch probably if Joe Kent comes in second here. That's one I think that could flip. I'm sure there's going to be a couple more, possibly in Ohio. And possibly Texas. Maybe the Henry Cuellar district. He's had controversy. I mean, I'm just trying to think off the top of my head. Maybe the Matt Cartwright district in PA. That's another one that comes to mind. Okay. Can Republicans win at least one Washington statewide office? Well, they had Secretary of State for decades, right? Up until uh, Kim Wyman stepped down. So that's one they had for decades. Republicans did have a statewide office in Washington up until the last few years. Other than that, yeah, they've got to get lucky in something. But it could be for governor. That governor's race is not a lock, I don't think, for the Dems. I think it could be more close than that's the potential dark horse governor's race, I think, if there's going to be any. I thought Reichert could be Youngkin, but then he released a stance on anti-gay marriage. I think it's back to safe Dem. Well, I mean, there's plenty of time, and again, given how it's been so blue for so long, there could be enough voters in the middle that want to make a change. They just want something different. It happens from time to time. Some blue states, they'll elect a Republican governor. It's happened in Illinois, it's happened in New York. Of course, we've seen it in Massachusetts, New Jersey. It goes on and on. We've seen it in the other direction too. California had Schwarzenegger. Haven't seen it in Oregon or Washington in a long time. Uh, you're actually from Washington 3. Wow. Interesting play going on here. I can't really say I know how the environment is tilting right now, but I personally believe it's a dead heat. Sounds good. That was close last time. Should be close again. Got to see which way, yeah, the national environment starts to lean as we get closer. There's two Dems running in the AG. Only one GOP candidate in that. So maybe Republicans have at least a shot of winning that tonight. Yeah, Washington. Yeah, Attorney General. Let's see. Yeah, well, that's probably going to be an uphill climb. But they did have Rob McKenna as AG there about a decade ago, right? If I'm not mistaken, he did run for governor, lost to Inslee, but that is another statewide race there. So at this point, I'm going to take a quick 1 minute break. So be back in about 1 minute. All right, so we're back at it. Still waiting on some races here. Okay, Bernie Sanders, you're going to head to bed. You got to get up early. I totally understand. You're excited for the VP pick, but you're tired to see the results tomorrow. Be back next week. You got a special House election in Wisconsin. That will be, excuse me, that will be interesting. I, I'm planning on trying to be back next week. The goal is to be back. I'd like to do that next week for sure, but I can't say for sure. This week I was able to do it. I'm like 75% likely to do it next week, but there's a chance that something gets in the way. So, you know where to find the channel. Hopefully we'll see you next week. If you're taking off, have a pretty good night. If Hong Kong was the nominee for VA7, who do you, what would you predict the results would be? The Spanberger district? I would think I'd have to look up who the exact nominee is again at this point to get the name correct. Is that the Vindman? Eugene Vindman? Is that the one? But I would think Hong Kong would probably still go down. That's if it's kind of a neutral type of environment. I mean, I don't know. It's Hong Kong. Maybe he's better than I think. I mean, he overperformed a little bit when he ran in the 10th. I don't think he's. Again, I got to follow his campaign. I got to give him a chance. Of course, he's got to get going. But I tend to think the lean of the district in the 7th would still favor the Dems. At least enough to win. Maybe it's super close, but I would think they would still be able to win it. I remember in 22, it looked like maybe Spanberger would go down in that the quote red wave, but it didn't really happen, and she won. Republicans did flip the second, I believe, with Elaine Luria. And they got Jen Kiggins, but that was one of the few bright spots for the GOP. It looked like they were going to start off strong, but wasn't a whole lot after that. Let's go back to the first. Still 51% in. Let's go back here to Kansas. Close one here. Boyda with almost a 2-point lead. Washington is coming up in about 25 minutes. A lot of candidates on the ballot here. But I would expect Cantwell to still get over 50%, even with all these crowded field. Hey, Vindman, got it. Yeah. So yeah, I would still say he'd probably win it. Do you disagree? Do you think Hung Kao would take him down, or do you think Vindman would probably point it out or pull it out? Excuse me. So it's about 10 points here still for Kehoe, as we're getting about over 2/3 of the vote in, and now St. Louis County is really got a ton of their vote in, 79%. In St. Louis City, Kehoe has a bigger lead. It's not clear if where Eigel, what part of the state he's doing better in. He's got a few scattered counties he's leading in, but it's not a clear pattern yet. Let's see, key races. We've got, okay, ballot measures in Missouri. This measure would exempt child care establishments from property taxes. No is leading with 9.2%, with more than half of the vote in. That's interesting. It's not that's kind of decisive, but it's not overwhelming. And we've got, this measure would increase funding for Kansas City Police Department, which is controlled by a board primarily appointed by the state of Missouri. This is closer. This is narrow. But yes is in the lead. Even in Jackson County, it's actually no there by a few points. A couple of amendments here. They don't have overwhelming support. Washington's fourth. That's going to be another one to take a look at. That's got Dan Newhouse, who voted to impeach Trump, and he survived last time. But now we've got Tiffany Smiley running against Dan Newhouse. And I believe Trump has come out and endorsed Smiley. So that's this district here. It's pretty red. So we want to see if Smiley is going to make any kind of a significant gain and take down Newhouse. As we go back to this district here, the third, this is again an open seat, as Blaine Luetkemeyer is going to retire. And I think Trump has endorsed Bob Onder here, who's actually trailing by 10 points plus. So that's kind of surprising. Okay. Can you see where Gomez is at on her race for Missouri Secretary of State? Yeah, let's see. Let's go down here. Haven't looked at these races yet. Lieutenant Governor Richard Brown for the Dems, Lieutenant Governor nominee. Republicans not called yet. We got Lincoln Huff leading for the GOP, Attorney General, incumbent Andrew Bailey. Secretary of State. Here it is. Gomez, 7.5%. Valentina Gomez. So whoever she is, she's way out of it. But there's your answer. Personally, think Kyle would have won it by a tilt. Okay, that's fair. I mean, it's that tilt is like a coin flip, basically. That last election, though, was just, it was weird. His base is a Nova. Yeah. Vindman is bland. Oh, yeah, the upcoming election, if it were Kyle, I think it really comes down to the national environment. If it starts to go a little bit red, then I could see that being the case, though. But if it's neutral or at all blue, I would think Kyle would not win. But again, maybe I'm underestimating Kyle. You're pretty biased on VA7, eh? Fair enough. More analysis on Missouri 1. Well, the results have been pretty slow. We just got a little bit more in there. The analysis is as follows. It's Wesley Bell, the challenger, the more establishment backed challenger to the progressive incumbent Cori Bush. Bell has got a 10-point lead here. That's double digits. It looks pretty good for Bell. In St. Louis City, Bush is leading by 3, though. But once you get out into the suburbs, into the rest of the county, Bell is up by 16. So with more than 70% of the vote in, Bell with the advantage. And kind of a decisive advantage. So Bush looking to avoid the same fate as Jamal Bowman in New York, but doesn't look like it's going to happen so far. And we've got the poll results. Will Cori Bush win? We've got yes 36, no 63. So that's that. Smiley was running. She's a good fit for that district. Yes, she is in that. She's in it to win it. She ran for the Senate a couple of years ago against Patty Murray. And we see that a lot. We see a candidate go for the Senate and then they don't win and then they go down for the House. I remember that race looked like it might have been competitive. I wasn't buying it. And in the end, it didn't happen. Patty Murray won comfortably. Are Republicans having a good night tonight? Well, it's given it's the primaries, it's hard to characterize one side as having a good night because I don't really put a lot of weight on the primary numbers, and we still got a lot yet called. You can go by endorsements. I know Trump has endorsed some of these candidates. Those are going to be the high profile ones, but he hasn't had a ton of success some of these times. Sometimes he's gotten some wins, sometimes he hasn't. Will you be doing a full house prediction video anytime soon? Uh, I would say probably. I did one, I think, 2 months ago. Two, maybe 3 at this point. And it's super hard to do those. I would probably do one, at least one before the election, probably within the final week. Now, before that, I may do one more, like a month and a half out. But that I'm not sure about because house predictions are just, I mean, there's just so much guessing. It's not really that fun. really comes down to the national environment right at the end to see where the enthusiasm is. Okay, let's see. Let's go back. And Kehoe's still with a 10 point, almost 10-point advantage. Emperor Pilaf, hello? Wonder if the ballot measures in Missouri will go toward the Republicans' way. Ooh, this got even more narrow. Yeah, I'm not even sure which way who's even backing these. I assume police funding is, I guess that would be a Republican type of cause, but who knows? But hopefully everybody's having a pretty good night here, and hopefully the stream is making it just a little bit better. Even if you're lurking, or if this is your first stream or your 10th stream, either way, we're here to just get the results, have some interaction, have a good night. Hopefully before the stream ends, we get at least one super chat in, keep that streak going. But if it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen. But if it happens, that'd be nice. Somebody's going to have to be brave enough to be the leader for that, as we've got Washington coming up in about 11 minutes. And we're 3 hours into the stream. So we're at the 3-hour mark. We're going to keep going. 33 people. Welcome to everybody. Like, share, subscribe. If you're new, feel free to ask any relevant questions. Hopefully they're constructive, they're classy, they're great questions. Let's see. Still got some vote coming in here in Kansas after all that. Everything has been called here in Kansas except the 2nd district for the Democrats. Even in the 3rd, it's been called here for Prasnath Reddy, the doctor. He's going to face Sharice Davids. And I would expect Davids to win, but it's not impossible she loses. And also remember, the state legislature here has a supermajority of Republicans, and the governor is Democrat Laura Kelly, so they can override her vetoes. So if Democrats make some gains here, I think it might only be one seat. That could take away their supermajority to override her vetoes. So that is important for the state of Kansas. See if there's any incumbents in danger here. Nothing obvious here. Maybe in the House. Ton of districts here, but other than that, we've got Michigan. We've got a ton of races called here. Still a few outstanding. Here's the full list, but of course for the Senate, those races are still only 24% of the vote in. That's disappointing. Wayne County has less than 1% in. So that might be a Detroit thing again. They're holding it up. Maybe there's some issues. I don't know. But a lot of population there, and we've got nothing. But it's going to be Alyssa Slotkin and Mike Rogers, as we all expected. And the other House seats are right here. If you're interested, the full list. You just subscribed. It sounds good. How long were you on? How long have you gone without subscribing? Did you go weeks, months? You just did it? Do you think Jeff Jackson wins his race for Attorney General in North Carolina? Ooh, yeah, that's a great race. That's kind of like it gets overshadowed by the governor's race, but that is a good race. Him and Dan Bishop, if I'm not mistaken. I don't know. I could see that going either way. That one could go to Bishop, but it could easily go to Jackson. It's going to depend on the turnout. It's going to depend on the enthusiasm, the late breakers, that kind of thing. The taxes measure will go toward the Republicans, with the police funding may go down to the wire. I see. This is your other account. What is the first account? That's the question. Let's go back into some more races here. Lead change here. Paul Hudson now in the lead for the Republicans to go up against Hillary Skolton. As we go through some of these other races, and back to Missouri now. If we start at the top, we've got Lucas Kunce. He's going to be the nominee for the Democrats for the U.S. Senate. He ran 2 years ago. He was the runner-up in that primary. He lost to Trudy Bush Valentine, and now he is going to face Josh Hawley in the general election. For governor, Democrats have Crystal Quade as their nominee. And it says here, yeah, we've got Kehoe on the Republican side. So that's why runoffs might be preferable to see who could actually get a majority. Who would get a majority if there was a runoff? Where would these Ashcroft voters go? Who knows? But right now, Kehoe, he's just at about 40, but Eigel, second place. And Jay Ashcroft, who's listed as John Ashcroft, which that's technically, I believe, his real name. But he goes by Jay. He's the son of John Ashcroft. He's at 23.6, so that's kind of disappointing. Lieutenant Governor, we've got Richard Brown as the nominee, and look at this on the Republican side. It's a nail biter. This is why I would like to see a runoff. I don't want somebody to win by 0.3% of the vote, 0.456% of the vote. I want to see something where somebody gets the majority of support. And then the first district, this is the marquee primary race for the House thus far, and that's going to be Cori Bush, the incumbent, in danger of going down to Wesley Bell. This district covers St. Louis. Okay, there's two toasty roasties. One has politics, one... Okay, I see. Yeah, it kind of blends in on a glance. Polls are about to close in WA. That's Washington. That's 4 minutes. I thought Jackson would probably win it early on when he was getting a lot of spotlight, but after that, TikTok vote, I think it's back to coin flip. So it sounds like we're kind of similar on that. Polymarket has Nevada race tightening on the presidential race to almost toss-up territory. I think they should be close to toss-ups. I mean, the markets, anything within, definitely within like 15 is a toss-up, I think. Oh, Bob Onder here has taken the lead. Where did he come from? I guess that there must have been a heavy vote that had not reported. But Bob Onder, who is Trump endorsed, apparently, all of a sudden he's in the lead. This district, this is another district that has a shape that is just not really all that pretty to look at. So Bob Onder coming out of nowhere, seemingly. It's a red district, so whoever wins this, it's pretty much tantamount to victory. Unless Bethany Mann has anything to say about it. And we've got 2 minutes here for Washington. Washington is a mail-in ballot state, so keep that in mind. This is the final state for tonight. And in these races, it's going to be Ferguson for the Dems and probably Reichert for the Republicans. Now, Semi Bird here has the endorsement of the state GOP. That's my understanding, and he is really the only competition here to Reichert that's of any significance. But Reichert expected to win unless something crazy happens. Look at all these candidates. All right, so in the meantime, we'll probably stick with. Still got Missouri. We got to see what happens here. It's getting a little closer here now for the Republicans. Not a lot, but just a little. But this could be called for Kehoe pretty soon. Most of the vote in, and all of a sudden we're up to 91. So looks like Jay Ashcroft is absolutely done here. So here's Washington. 30 seconds. We don't know if anything's going to pop right away, but we'll find out. Will Washington be super slow in the reporting? That right, just what I was saying. Michigan stuck at 30. Yeah, it's seems like it's unpredictable, but I don't want to be sitting here for an hour with nothing and then only get 5% in. There's a lead change. What happened here? Plus 35%? Not that this really matters, but the Republicans, Andrew Jones just surges. Look at that. It's called right there. We saw it in real time. Wesley Bell is the nominee. He defeats Cori Bush, the incumbent Democrat. In Missouri's first congressional district, the progressive incumbent has been defeated by Wesley Bell, the more establishment-backed challenger. In St. Louis County, it's going to be Bell with the double-digit lead, 16 points. But in the city, Cori Bush leads by almost 10 points, but it's at about 9. Still some vote out there, but as of right now, it's Bell at 51, Bush at under 46. So 5 points or more for right now for Bell. And that's going to be tantamount to victory as well. He's going to go on to win that general election. Reichert is a really interesting candidate policy-wise. Yeah, I mean, I haven't looked in depth at his platform, his positions on everything, but I'm sure he's going to be cast as too extreme. That might work in in a state like Washington. We need to get rid of mail-in ballots. That one's going to be up for debate. I can see a desire to not do that. If there was definitely could never be any issues, and it was like guaranteed that there's never a concern, everybody loved it, then it would be easier. But if there's some concerns where it's harder to have full confidence, then I get it. Some people don't want to do that. Certainly, if you can't go to the polls in person, that'd be a little unusual. But it's closed in Washington, and we've got nothing. And we're still going to go back here to Missouri, and now it's 92%. And unless Bill Eigel has a huge surge here at the end, I'm guessing Kehoe is going to be the nominee and likely the next governor. But and in this race, Trump has endorsed all three of these candidates. So I think that's kind of cheesy, but he didn't want to actually make one pick, so he did it. He got all three. Would you like to see RFK win? Um, I think I'll answer it like this: if RFK won, I think that that would be the advantages would be him shaking it up. Trump would shake it up as well, but Kennedy would shake it up to maybe even a greater extent, given both parties don't really want him in it. And there's going to be some positions that would be preferable, I would imagine. But that would be a shock if he won. Certainly, of course, he has no polling that's competitive right now. It's sort of trailed off. So if he won with no polling, that would be a total bombshell. That would be exciting. But in terms of the anti-establishment angle, that I think would be part of the appeal from my perspective. But the certain specific policy issues, it would depend on which ones. It's going to be a huge array. So hopefully that answers it at least halfway, if not more. And we've got nothing here in Washington as we're still going with the stream. 26 people. We're going to sit here and see what happens. So again, good to have everybody here for yet another stream. Another primary night. We've been doing these a while. Can't do all of them, but we've done a bunch. We kicked it off with Iowa back in January, I believe. We did New Hampshire. And here we are in August. The chat has gotten a lot quieter, so I get it's getting late. I understand that. Would there be red waves or blue waves in the midterm if under RFK is president? That's a good question. That's interesting. I would have to say that it depends on how he governs. It's really tough to predict that. I think he'd need a track record under his belt.
But maybe they would cancel each other out and it would just be a neutral type of environment. Here we go. Washington, it's popped right there. Cantwell 31, Garcia 30. Governor, we've got Reichert in the lead and Semi Bird at 10. Ferguson, if this is a county in eastern Washington, so not going to be a ton of Ferguson support here. So it's good to see we've got some results. I'm going to go back here real quick to Missouri. Nothing really changing. And we've got Washington. It's coming in slowly. Something interesting you notice in Missouri won Dem primaries 56 from St. Louis County, 44 city, while the GOP is only at 38 in St. Louis County and 62 in the city. Oops. Uh, yeah, I don't know. I guess it just must be with the counting, and it's such an overly blue district. I'm not sure how much to make of something like that, but we've got a little bit more coming in now, 9%. So even in this red county, Semi Bird is at 11. In other words, strong suburban turnout is what drove Bell to win. It seems like, yeah, he did do stronger there. Do you think Smiley wins tonight? I would say probably that well, actually, I got to consider the top two situation. She's going against Newhouse. Got nothing in the third. Here we go. This is spread out. I don't know. Because Newhouse, he's longtime incumbent. Smiley's got the Trump endorsement. The question would be, will Democrats be shut out of this? It could be, looks like it is now. It could be two Republicans in the general. It could be Newhouse and Smiley. If it is, I don't know. But I think Smiley should be able to be one of the two to make it to the general. But there's no guarantees. Yep, Newhouse narrowly ahead. Took a break from election news to play Minecraft. Is it confirmed Bush lost? Yeah, it's called here. As as we've got Jared Sessler, who I'm not even familiar with. All of a sudden, he's in the lead. So maybe there's something going on in this district. It's way too early to say 5% in, but it is confirmed Bush lost here. If I can pull it up, yeah, Bell has about a 4-5 point lead. It's called here on New York Times.
Yeah, that's where percent of the vote is from, not Bell's margins. Yeah, I hope that maybe got cleared up if there was some kind of misinterpretation of that. Uh, but let's keep it moving here. Votes are now coming in fast. Washington. All right, let's see how fast they're coming in. 31 in for the Senate. Cantwell, of course, the clear advantage. Kent just took over the lead in the third. Yeah, let's get that up. It's pouring in now. That's what we want to see. Kent Plus 46 with 17 in. And in the fourth, again, still at 5%. And it's already called for Garcia, too. So, boom, that's done. Cantwell is going to face Garcia, as we all pretty much expected, in November in the general election. So, in King County here, Cantwell has 74% of the vote. And we've got Reichert here at 22. Is this a lot of King County vote in? So that's going to give Ferguson a big boost. Cantwell should officially win in November. Or is that supposed to be Cantwell? I think it is. But yeah, she definitely, I reluctantly say definitely, but Cantwell, I would say, is very, very likely to win. The humongous upset if Cantwell lost. Oh, yeah, if she lost, then that's Republicans are going to be pushing 60 seats. Okay, Attorney General, if you're following this race, this will be an open seat because Bob Ferguson is running for governor. So this is a top two primary. It's a blanket primary. Everybody's on one ballot. It's not my preference, but that's how they do it there. They do that in California. Doesn't matter what you get, but the top two are going to go on to the general. And it's a mail-in ballot state. What's the percent chance of Cantwell losing? Uh, that 10 is I would go 1%. If it's a red wave, I'd say 6%. Still, that's what I can't. Well, I just think she's been in there a while. Everybody knows her. She's kind of under the radar. She's popular enough. She doesn't. She kind of blends into the background. It's hard to picture her going down. Yeah, Smiley. As we've got Glusenkamp Perez now back on top. But yeah, Smiley is not getting it done with 27% of the vote in. Maybe that Trump endorsement was too late. Maybe it didn't do anything. I'm not even familiar here with Gerald Sessler. I can look that up. Let's see what we got here. We've got former NASCAR driver, a candidate for this district in 22. So he was in fourth place last time with 12%. So that's what we've got there. But let's see what happens. Maybe there's some more stuff happening on the ground that we didn't follow, and Smiley is actually going to fall flat. I thought with her name ID going for the Senate, I thought with the Trump endorsement, that she'd at least get one of the top two. And Bob Ferguson snags one of the top two spots. That is confirmed. Semi-bird at about 9, and it's called for Reichert. So we've got Ferguson and Reichert, the matchup we all expected. It's in the books, and what are we, 15 minutes in? Look at all these other candidates. So far, everything is just as expected. Lieutenant governor here also. You could compare that to the governor's race. They're counting at different rates. All right, let's see. Unless if someone cracks 50%, like what Jeff Landry did in the first round. No, that's only in Louisiana. That's that jungle primary. Because I mean, we've got Cantwell's going to get 50%, but she still has to win in the general election. In Louisiana, if you get 50, like Landry did in that jungle primary, then you do win outright. It's a little bit later in the year. It's a little bit different. And I'm not even sure if they're still doing that. I thought they made some changes to their system, but yeah, you gotta go to November still. And we've also got to take a look at. Let's take a look at the fifth district. This is an open seat. This is the Derek Kilmer district, I believe. Or no, this is the Kathy McMorris Rogers district. The sixth is the. Oh, and here, look at this. It's called for Kehoe. It has been called for Mike Kehoe, lieutenant governor. He's going to be the nominee for the Republicans in Missouri. He's going to take on Crystal Quaid in the quest to be the next governor. This is the Derek Kilmer district, the sixth. So this is an open seat to replace Derek Kilmer, the Democrat. The fifth is Kathy McMorris Rogers. She's retiring. We got one Democrat, one Republican retiring. So, a couple more seats to watch here. The changes in LA, that's Louisiana, go into effect in the 26 partisan primaries, and it's only for Congress and school board. Okay, so it's partisan primaries in 26. And is it still, are there still runoffs? Is it still the similar runoff where you get 50% and you're the nominee? Do you think those who refuse to vote for Biden over the Gaza will stay true to that and vote Stein West, not vote, or they eventually vote for Biden anyways? That's come up a lot. Oh, and we've got here, let's quickly say it's called for Marie Lusenkamp Perez, the incumbent, and Joe Kent. We've got an official rematch here in Washington's third in the southwest part of the state, covering Vancouver there. Great race. Good opportunity here for the Republicans to pick this up. Perez here is going to be on the defensive, but she beat him last time. But this is a different race. This is with presidential turnout. Let's go back to the fourth. So the Dems dissatisfied with the situation in Israel/Gaza. My best guess is most of them come back and vote for the Democrat. Not all of them. There's going to be a chunk, 10, 15, 20, maybe 30% somehow. That just go like what you said, third party, Stein, West, don't vote. But I think a lot are going to say, you know what, I don't want to support that, but they're going to vote against Trump. That's going to be the big motivator. So my guess is a lot are going to end up, they're going to protest a ton. They don't like it, but when the election rolls around, they'll say, okay, whatever, I'm going to support voting against Trump. That's my take. Maybe I'm wrong, and maybe 98% of them do not support Harris. Maybe that's what it is. Or maybe 98% do come back and support Harris, and almost nobody defects. Why haven't they called the third? Okay, there we go. Just covered that. Yep. How likely do you think it is for Joe Kent to finally win his district? Also, could you look at both Missouri Secretary of State races? I'll pull up the Secretary of State and I'll come back to that in a second. First, these ballot measures here. We've got, it's called no for exempt child care facility property taxes and yes for increased police funding. Now, Secretary of State. Here it is. Let me go up here just a second. There's your results. It's not called for the Democrats with 79% in. For the Republicans, it is called. Denny Hoskins with only 24% of the vote in. Look at this regional difference here. So there's your Missouri Secretary of State. Now, about the Joe Kent district, well, there's only a second chance here, right? He did it last year, just lost by a small margin, but he could win it with the presidential turnout. But maybe now Glusenkamp Perez is the incumbent. Maybe that puts her over the top. I don't know. I think it's going to be close. I think it's one of the best opportunities for the Republicans to have a pickup. But maybe voters are tired of Kent. Excuse me. Let's think of Heck here in the Denny Heck for lieutenant governor. Joe Kent. Yeah, he could win it. It's going to be close. I would not feel comfortable for either side. Sounds like Louisiana will have close partisan primaries with primary runoffs. So it sounds similar to how Georgia does it. Okay. I would hope that it's before the general election in November. I don't like how Georgia does it after. I think Louisiana, they currently do it after as well. I want to see the November election. That should be the final part. I don't want to see anything after that. Imagine the same as what you said when it comes to dissatisfied over Israel Palestine. Okay, cool. Yeah, all I can do is just say what I think. We're all pretty much just guessing here, and some of us are going to be wrong, but I've got a range of expectations like usual. And Joe Heck, yeah, I probably got that crossed too. Yep, there's a name from the past, not too far in the past. Here's the fifth. And the sixth. So some good stuff happening here. Let's see, anything called here in Kansas? Nope, still waiting on this one. Let's do a quick tour here of some of these districts. Only 19% in here after all this time in the 8th district. I guess Saginaw is taking their time counting. So Jay Ashcroft, who I had a poll up on the chat, who's going to be the nominee. Jay Ashcroft won easily, but Mike Kehoe is actually the winner. The guy who did not even debate won the nomination with 39%. And with more than 95% in, Wesley Bell still Still the winner over Cory Bush. So the establishment, I guess, gets one back there in the first district in Missouri. So it's going to be a rematch here, Perez and Kent. We'll see what the totals are here. 59% in so far. The Democrat has about 47. If you add in the two Republicans, it's a little more than that. It's about 50. And then we've got 2.3 here for the independent candidate. Again, the primary numbers, not saying they matter that much, but that's something to take a look at. You could compare that to what the totals were 2 years ago. That still might not help because it's a different election. It's a presidential race with higher turnout. Date sheet, I'm not sure who that's about. Kind of funny, only Springfield voted for Ashcroft. Of all the establishment that's concentrated, all of the establishment is concentrated in the state house area. Yeah, I don't know why that's weird that, yeah, Ashcroft, Greene County, or wait, let me actually, yeah, there it is. Yeah, Ashcroft pulls in Greene County. All right. What's the percent of Dave Reichert winning? Uh, Winning it, I mean, it's going to change as time goes on because there's 3 months to go. Yeah, I throw him. I'd probably. I know I could see. It's not going to be that high. Right now, I'd say 15% chance. If he starts getting his campaign going, he starts pulling in some of the polls, and he starts to actually be polling single digits, maybe even mid or low single digits. It's going to go up a little bit, but he's going to have to. If he's only getting, 43% of the vote, Ferguson is getting 57. Well, there's no chance. But I'm assuming he could get, 45, 46 might be a baseline. Ferguson's going to be in the mid 50s. But if it starts to get closer and maybe Reichert leads in a couple of mainstream polls by one or two, then it's going to be start going up. Then I'd say Reichert might have a 30 to 40% chance of winning. But so it's low for Reichert, but in my best case scenario video, I had it getting down to a lean margin under 5 points for Reichert losing to Ferguson. So right now, even the best case scenario, I think it's too unlikely for Ferguson to lose. That's at least as of my last prediction. Um, what's the state you think could get a gerrymander for the next cycle? That could get a gerrymander? You mean that doesn't have one? Or that will get another one? I'm not sure exactly, I mean, how to think about that. I mean, Illinois, I said, has the worst map. If that doesn't get fixed, which it doesn't seem like it will, then that would probably be another one. Depends on what happens with lawsuits, with redistricting referendums. Could be Florida again. Uh, Tom Fiore, you're back. Hard. Had to say hi to a few other channels. Hey, I was wondering where you went. It was a little quiet in here for a little while. You can always keep 2, 3, 4 channels open. That works. But good to see you back here. Fantastic night so far for the Republicans. Uh, what's your take so far here, Tom? What's the fantastic night part? I thought earlier you were looking at some of the primary numbers and you thought it wasn't looking good here for Michigan Senate, right? Thought it wasn't looking good there for Rogers. Oh, still only this is disappointing. Is Wayne County have anything? Wayne has 1% in. So I don't know what they're doing in Detroit, but it's really holding up the progress. Okay. You hope we can win both Missouri ballot measures. All right. And then a lot of rhinos knocked out. Yeah, and also, if somebody has an update on the Kansas state legislator, because again, supermajority at stake potentially for the Republicans in November. If they want to override the vetoes of Laura Kelly, they gotta make sure they clean up here in the state legislature. Uh, okay. Change your mind about that. Dems are in serious trouble in Michigan. That changed. A lot changes in an hour or two sometimes. Detroit is Detroiting. Yeah, it's unacceptable to have nothing going on here like 3 hours in. So a million votes already counted here. If Ferguson is under 50, 56 in King County. Semi Bird not really getting the bounce he was hoping for, even though he got endorsed by the state party. So Dave Reichert, I gotta say Reichert kind of he has the look that reminds me of Charlie Crist. Maybe it's just me, but I guess it's the white hair. Kind of has that kind of look to him. Not that it matters. All right, I hope we can win back Minnesota House and Senate. Those are close chambers. Michigan House and Senate, PA House, a Supermanner. Way a lot of those legislative chambers are up for control. Let's see. Close races here in the 5th and the 6th. Oh, in the 5th, we've got a call here for Michael Baumgartner. Baumgartner. This is to replace Kathy McMorris Rogers, the Republican who's retiring. Okay. Newhouse is going down. Newhouse, the Rhino, is going down to Sessler. Uh, it looks like it could be those two. So Tiffany Smiley, who has seemingly been endorsed by Trump, is in third place, but it's a crowded field. And the Democrats can't even get anybody in the top three. Uh, the Super Manor sounds like a family, a fancy house that Clark Kent lives in. Yeah. What are your thoughts on term limits in Congress? Uh, I, I generally maintain neutrality on that. I don't necessarily think getting everybody out after 8 years or whatever, or 12 in the Senate, is automatically a great thing. I think if people want the same person in there, they can. If they want to put limits on, they can. So I don't really have a strong opinion on that. I get it though. Some people want to just keep the cycle going. Keep getting people out of there. So there's some advantages to that. But then if you get somebody really good in there, then they're going to be out. And if people want the one person in there for a while, then maybe they want them in there for a while. So yeah, I kind of don't really have a strong opinion on that. Hopefully win back the Minnesota House, Senate, Michigan House, Senate, Pennsylvania House, Super. That's a long list right there. Let's see. And we also have the Schreier district, the 8th. That's another one that Republicans have. They've wanted to take down Schreier for a while. It's kind of a competitive district, but they just really can't get the job done. And now we've got here Schreier against Carmen Goers. And Schreier's over 50%. So, and if you add up the other Democrats, it's going to go up into the mid 50s. Slotkin is definitely vulnerable. She is vulnerable. Well, she's not even in there, but it's an open seat. But yeah, it's up for grabs. But if my advantage is going to start with Slotkin. It's been a while since Republicans were winning a Senate seat in Michigan. Spencer Abram. Is that is that the name I'm thinking? I have to look that up. Abraham. Okay, I knew something was off. Spencer Abraham. Yeah, that I think that was 2000. Maybe yeah, I should confirm that here. Maybe it was earlier than that. Yeah, that was 94. That was the blue wave. He went out in 2000. Or the red wave, the Republican Revolution in 94. All right, what are we waiting on? Still waiting on the 4th. I like how the vote is actually coming in here in Washington, at least. They're running circles around Michigan here. Slotkin did win, yes. Tom Fiore had a good night, enjoyed the stream. You're taking off? All right. Have a good night. Thanks for enjoying the stream. Coming up on 4 hours on the stream. 4 hours. If anybody wants to throw in a super chat or any of that, still got time. Keep that streak going. And in the meantime, I'm going to take a quick 1 minute break as we pull up the 4th. We'll keep that up for about 1 minute. Be right back. All right, I did see some hearts come in there. I saw a couple hearts. So, uh, yeah, Slotkin won. Not much of a surprise, but she did win. And we're still waiting here. Washington, oh, we've still got actually some races here in, okay, Kansas's second has been called. Nancy Boyda. She's going to be the nominee. It was back and forth between her and Kleinman, but now she finally finishes on top. She's going to take on Derek Schmidt in November. Schmidt, of course, was the nominee for governor 2 years ago. He lost to Laura Kelly. He's the former attorney general. He's expected to win in November. And there's the totals again. We've still only got a third of the vote in, maybe 40% in. But Slatkin is the winner with 80%. And we're waiting on Michigan, or Wayne County, Detroit, Michigan. But Rogers and Slotkin are going to duke it out. And we still got some House races not called as well. Very disappointing to see all this time go by and so many districts that don't have calls. Missouri has been called here for Wesley Bell, defeated Cori Bush, the incumbent. And for governor, it's going to be Mike Kehoe, who beats Bill Eigel, and Jay Ashcroft. In the third district, it's Bob Onder. It's called for Bob Onder now, who was trailing for a while, but all of a sudden he pulls it out. Trump endorsed Onder is gonna expected to win in November over Bethany Mann. Washington, we've got Maria Cantwell, Raul Garcia. They're going to move on in the top two primary in November, and it's going to be Bob Ferguson and Dave Reichert. They're going to face off in November as well, as expected, for governor. Lieutenant governor has been called here for incumbent Denny Heck. And attorney general has been called here, Pete Serrano and Nick Brown. And in the third district, Marie Glusenkamp Perez, the incumbent, is going to have a rematch with Joe Kent in November in this red-leaning district, but Kent proved to be a little bit too controversial in the last election. Fourth district, we're waiting on this. Tiffany Smiley, endorsed by Trump, is going to try to get one of these top two spots. Jared Sessler is in the lead. Dan Newhouse is the incumbent Republican. He did vote to impeach Trump, and he prevailed in the midterms last year, but Trump has come back, endorsed his opposition again. But so far, it's Sessler on top, Newhouse in second. And the fifth, we've got a call here. One of the spots is claimed by Michael Baumgartner. This is an open seat to replace Kathy McMorris Rogers, the retiring Republican. And the sixth, this is to replace retiring Democrat Derek Kilmer. Emily Randall, and Drew McEwen. Those are the top two. And in the eighth, it's called between Kim Schreier, Carmen Goers. So we're mostly waiting here on the fourth district. And Washington has been a breeze compared to Michigan. Even Missouri was getting slow. So Washington gets the award for speedy vote tabulation so far. Okay. Mike Rogers, okay, got a major W in Missouri child care taxes measure. Okay, let's get a W in Missouri police funding measure now. Yeah, is that still? I thought that was called. Nope. Okay. Exempt child care is a no. That is called. Increased police funding is close, 89% in. So here we are, 4 hours into the stream. We've hit 4 hours. That's what we usually do. We're down to 19 people. Somehow it seemed like maybe with Arizona there was even more. We hit a higher peak, which is surprising. Who's the favorite in the police funding measures? And how much? Who's the favorite? I mean, is it a yes or a no on these ballot measures? I don't know. It depends where the vote is outstanding. We've got St. Louis County is very close, and no is in the lead in that county. So that could be enough to tip it. And we've got no leading in Jackson County. This is for Jackson County. So that could tip the other way. So this is very, very close. And now the vote is kind of stalled out here in Washington. So I was giving them a lot of credit, but that might be changing. Um, would you say 50-50 for that measure? I mean, it is going to be very close. I could see that going either way, honestly. It's tough to really say, though, at this point. Um, but yeah, we're most of the vote is in. Just kind of sitting here hanging out, seeing if anything else comes in. Anybody else has any questions, any comments? This is the place to do it. Sure, plenty of people are lurking. Have it on in the background. That's all good. Um, let's see. I did quiet down just a little bit here. Let's see. Did they vote in the bail measures today and then November as well? Um, I don't believe that's how it would work. I don't think there's a primary for ballot measures. I think this is just when they're doing them. Let's see. If I pull up, yeah, that here's more detail about these again. The police funding is for Kansas City. And it's close. 91% of the vote in. But no, this should be it. They could do other um, ballot measures that they have in November, I mean, every state has something different they do with their election laws and their ballot measures and the whole process. So it is hard to just remember it all. It's kind of the kind of thing you have to look up. But no, I think this is it. I don't know what they've got on the ballot for November or if there's anything on the ballot. I haven't really looked into that. So the vote has stalled out here now. Let's see. Yeah. Senior Scoop's still going. Yeah, we're doing it. We're over 4 hours. Waiting. I should sit on here till I get one super chat. Got a streak of getting them for several streams. But other than that, we're still calling the results because we just had Washington close a little while ago. But yeah, nice to see some people still here. Yeah, some states, it's they do them in the spring. They have spring ballot measures. It's in some Supreme Court elections or in the spring. It's all over the place. It's the kind of thing you really got to just look up state by state because it's not a one size fits all kind of approach. You've been having the stream on in the background while you're doing some house districting. Okay, thought you were gonna say house cleaning for a second there. House districting. Well, yeah, we're going at it. We've got 4 hours. We usually go for a while here. It's a super. Not quite, but yeah, the super chat. You could think of it as a donation. There's the super thanks, but yeah, the super chat. There it is. Hey, we've got it. That's how it's done. Senior Scoops coming in with a couple of bucks. 4 hours going. Cheers. Kind of a donation if you want to look at it like that. First super on a live stream. Look at that. Good stuff. Now it's a successful stream. Last time somebody put one in and then somebody else got in like right after somehow. But that's awesome. Gotta love that. The hearts. I mean, there's you could also join the channel, become a member. That's if you're want to support it. There's different ways you could support it. Super chat, super thanks, become a member. Plenty of different options. If you're committed to the cause, if you're committed to the channel, the content. It is a lot of effort to keep it going. New content every day. Haven't missed one day in more than 2 years. Some very close calls though on keeping it going, but hopefully the channel can expand some more. We get to 4, 5K, and 10, 15K. Do more regular live streams, get a bigger crowd, and more super chats, and really have it take off. Some channels, I'm sure they do way less and have way more subscribers, but let's see. So Washington really slowed down. As soon as I gave them credit, then they decided they're going to really slow it down. I am surprised Smiley, only 20% or less. Oh yeah, but it's always good to somebody goes a little, just a little above and beyond, support the channel. Couple of bucks, maybe it's more, maybe it's $10, but I know YouTube takes their cut. Google, they got to get in on it, but still, 4 hour stream. So most of this stuff has been called here. But not the fourth, not the fifth, and not the sixth. And, we could go back and glance here at the ballot measures. Secretary of State, I know that was asked about, and here it is. That's for Missouri, and then I don't think we need this anymore. We can see Cori Bush has been defeated. Republican side is not, that's wide open still, but doesn't really matter. It's blue district. What state do you think counts votes the most officially? Virginia always comes to mind. Florida comes to mind for me. They usually just get it done and that's it. But I can't recall every state how good or how quick they do it, especially because there's been some changes in the law probably over the last 2 to 4 years on ballots and counting and so on. So I'm not sure exactly, but I know Florida does come to mind as a state. They just get it done. Virginia, I suppose that's probably works as well. Do you think all of these primary results will reflect or show how the 2024 election will shape up, or not really? Um, well, I lean towards not really. I've said that several times that I don't put a lot of weight on the primary numbers. I mean, if you go back and look at different elections, different states and races, sometimes it just doesn't pan out. So it could line up, but I tend to think that the confidence level is not really. That's low. If it happens to line up with these primary numbers, okay, fine, but I'm just not expecting that. It wouldn't make much sense to look at a primary and then go, okay, this is going to be super reflective of the general election. I'd be taking probably a lot of losses if I went too hard in that direction. Any raises surprise tonight? Probably a little bit on this one with Tiffany Smiley third place so far. That one, I would say probably not surprised about Bush going down. I'm going to say in the Missouri governor's race, Ashcroft getting in third place. That is surprising. He only got 23%. This is Ashcroft. This is not some no-name guy. That is surprising to me. And I don't think there's that many others. Finally, Wayne County is, nope, still 1% in Wayne. That's pretty much it for the surprise factor, I think, unless I'm missing something. I was surprised by Bob Onder, who was trailing for most of it. All of a sudden, he just surged into first. Yeah, Ashcroft. That's true. That's what I was saying. Any races? Okay. Washington primaries tend to be indicative of general election results. It is going to correlate more in certain states. I think yeah, California also does the top two. Some of their results might bode well a little bit for the Republicans in their primary. But I mean, the general election is 3 months off, and of course, in California, it was way more. Things can just change by that time. A red wave can start emerging, a blue wave could really come into play as well. Can the top two candidates be Republicans in the Washington Lands Commission race? That's a I would I would not see why I wouldn't see why not. But I don't know how they if it's just I'm not familiar enough with that office. If it's just like all the other statewide offices. If it is, then yeah, I would expect there to be two in the general, unless there's some real oddity with one of these races or offices. So Washington, they nailed it for a while. They were just counting the results real quick, and then they just stopped. So I don't know how long the rest of this is going to take, as we're kind of having it all dry up. The chat is kind of sank a little bit. Do you think Newhouse makes the runoff, or does Smiley have a shot? Well, I didn't think. I guess I didn't look enough into this race. I didn't think Sessler was just going to be on top. So I'm already surprised by that, I guess. And Smiley in third. If Newhouse doesn't even make the runoff, that would be so embarrassing for him. I would guess he's going to make the runoff, but again, who knows where the rest of this vote is. Okay. What inspired you? That got you into YouTube to create this cool YouTube channel? Well, the answer to that, I generally say that what got me going is 2.5 years ago, kind of when I started the channel, I initially started covering the redistricting races. It was time for this, it was the census reapportionment and time to redraw the maps. And I could not really find channels reviewing them or talking about them how I wanted to talk about them. So I decided to start covering that. And the videos were lower quality, they were shorter, but that's what I started covering because I wanted to cover it. I wanted to see what other people said. It took a long time to get the channel off the ground, but that's what got me going, I guess. Then I started covering the primaries for the midterms and kept it going through the general election. And that's kind of how it got going. But also, I do enjoy just being able to do whatever I want to do for the most part, cover whatever I'd like. So that's kind of the backstory with the any inspiration. Do you think a wave election could still be possible in either direction? Yes, I do. It just feels like it's going to be a close one. Yeah, sometimes waves don't really just get going until late. I mean, I've looked at the generic congressional ballot for the House. And some years it just moves a lot in October. So we'd have to see if a wave emerges. Just because it's not here now doesn't mean it can't get going. Plus, we've had so much changing the past month. Maybe a wave was going to emerge, but now all the things that have happened over the past 5 or 6 weeks, maybe that's changed it. But we've got to see what happens. We've got the convention coming up for the Dems. We'll see how that goes. And then once we get it after Labor Day, we'll probably get a better sense of if a wave is actually going to take off or not really, and it's just going to be kind of a polarized electorate, and it's just going to be pretty much close to the middle as a few more hearts come in. I think the hearts are good. I'm not even sure entirely what they really do. And we've had nothing. 12 minutes, nothing in Washington. But I do enjoy the hearts. If you had to bet who would win the next, meaning this one. This is the next one, right? 24? Well, I mean, it's so tough, but I mean, in my last prediction, or actually in my hypothetical Harris Trump matchup, I had Trump winning it just because I've deemed Harris to be um, in power and unpopular enough that I don't think she would be able to hold a significant enough a lead for the election. Now, I also say that she could, it's possible, but that's if I had to pick. I had Trump barely coming out in the swing states in the Rust Belt. Because for the most part, prior to the debate with Biden and Trump, Harris was unpopular, very unpopular. So I have to put a lot of weight on that she doesn't go from very unpopular to being super popular like Obama in a few days' time. I think there's going to be different strengths and different weaknesses for her. But Trump has a ton of baggage himself. There's no denying that. But everybody kind of knows Trump. Everybody knows his baggage. People are burnt out by it. A ton of people want to vote against him. I don't know how many new people are going to say that they were going to vote for Biden, or they were going to vote for Trump over Biden, but now that Harris is in there, no, Harris is so good they're going to actually not vote for Trump anymore. I think Dems are going to be rejuvenated with Harris for a little while, but I think she's got some issues with inauthenticity and being the party in power that when things are not going well, that's a big liability. What do I think of Washington 3? I think that should be very close. That's a district I was surprised that Kent lost in, and I think he could win it this time. But now Perez is the incumbent. That could be an advantage for her. Current polling is a mirage due to response bias. It certainly could be. I would expect it to come down at least a little. Maybe it comes down a ton, but more hearts. I think that is pouring in. So you don't think Harris will win anything from the next debate? Will she win anything from the next debate? I'm not sure what that even means. Is she gonna gain in the polls after the debate? Is that the question? I'm not. I have to see when the debate is and how that goes, but I don't know how much the debate is gonna affect it. I think it's good to have it, but she could do fine there. But I don't know how much that's going to move the needle when it comes time to vote. And we're coming up on 4.5 hours on the stream. So at this point, I would say we're definitely in the back half. Uh, it's disappointing that Washington has just totally shut down their counting. Okay, let's see. Gain voters or policy advantage. I think she does stand to do that. And of course, the flip side is also there. She does stand to appear maybe awkward or inauthentic and not have great responses to being in power with a lot of dissatisfaction. So that's possible. Trump looks foolish, she looks strong, and that could bolster her support with potential swing voters, independents, suburban voters. It could get the turnout she needs with some demographics. That's possible. I think in any debate that's possible. It's all on the table. But I don't know how much that's going to move the needle in the end, unless it's significant. If Trump wipes out and she totally nails it, then that could be it. That's for sure. Kind of like the last debate. Seems questionable if a debate will even occur. Yeah, I think it probably will. I mean, it might not, but even Biden and Trump did one. I tend to think there will be a debate, but we'll see. Kamala is scared to face Trump. I mean, I don't think either side will ever admit they're scared. I'm not even sure how scared they really are. There's always a fear that you get onto a debate stage and you end up just blowing it. That you would love to see a Vance Walls debate. I would like to see that as well. Should be some good stuff in there. Decision Desk has Virginia tilting toward Harris +2. Got a prediction on where Virginia might land come November. Decision Desk has Harris +2 in the final general election numbers. That's impressive. It's well, my final prediction is going to change. Probably going to change. If I had to guess what it would be right now, I would think she's going to win it by 6 points, maybe 7. So I'm not as I don't think it would be that close. That would still be a 3 or 4 point improvement for Trump in that state. That's something. But again, it could change if in 2 months it's going to be even closer than it is. Now, prior to Harris, when it was Biden in there, I finally was thinking maybe it would get down to about 4 points for Biden, 3 on a great night. So I wasn't even still thinking it was going to flip. But again, that was still with about 4 months to go. It's always going to be updated all the way through the beginning of November. VP debate will likely be more policy focused and substantive versus the presidential ones. That's my prediction. Yeah, I could see. I'd hope the presidential one is going to have some substance in there too. None of the golf discussion, but I could see the VP one having substance. And I hope, though, the problem with the VP debate is it could just constantly be all about Harris and Trump. every answer they're going to tie it into, well, Harris and Trump, this and that, instead of focusing on those two. That's usually going to be a big thing where it's tied into the top of the ticket. So that could veer off a little bit. Why would she back out? Debate against Trump? I don't think she would. I don't think either side would really back out unless they can't agree on the format or the moderators if there's some kind of real problem setting it up. But I don't think either side really would. They don't want to at least have the appearance that they're scared or back out because that would be a bad news cycle for them. Detroit is still stuck at one, man. That that they get the Arizona award for awful, pathetic vote tabulation. We're getting calls here now. Paul Young, Carl Marlinga, Paul Hudson. Oh, here we go. This is only 2%. Still, yeah, this is right in there. Sri Tanadar is this is embarrassing. I mean, maybe there's something going on. I haven't searched for issues in Wayne County or Detroit, but if this was election night, this would be brutal. Presumably, it would be Trump in the lead in the state, of course, without Wayne County. He might have a decent lead, but then all of a sudden Wayne County is going to trickle in after midnight. Oh, that's going to be bad if that happens. Looking at the Dem attacks on Vance, I have doubts about the focus being on policy. Yeah, there's I haven't looked way into it, but I do see a lot of discussion about some past statements, and that's inevitable, right? There's no question there's going to be past statements or smears about things involving Vance. It might that some of that's going to be effective. There's some of it will, but the focus probably should be a little bit more about what Vance has done in his time at the Senate and what he's looking to do in the future. I mean, just like if Republicans are going to point out something Harris did when she wasn't even in office, and it was 10 years ago, I don't know how much that's going to matter. Probably not too much. Can the Washington Lands Commission race be a Republican versus Republican? I did answer that. I don't know for sure, but it seems like every race is the same unless there's something peculiar about that office. I think it should be able to be two, but again, I cannot say for sure because I did see the two Republicans leading there. If RFK Jr. makes the debate stage, that would be fire. It seems just like Kennedy is just both sides have really kind of ganged up on him. He's had to answer with for some weird things about his life. Seems like he just kind of sank to the point where he's not in serious contention. Not that he was, but he just didn't get it going. He's trying to get ballot access. Walz and Vance are both very wonky, policy-driven individuals. I think they both start there. Sure would devolve into name calling. I could see that happening. Name calling is a possibility. Tim Walz doing the weird thing, I guess. Yep. Jim Vert, hey, I haven't seen you in a while. I don't think. Maybe I'm wrong. But yeah, top two vote getters. Is it a Republican versus Republican? Is it a Rhino versus Rhino or MAGA versus MAGA. Yeah, that specific race. I mean, if you're into land commissioner, it's not. I don't think it's the most significant office, but yeah, we'd have to look more into the land commissioner as to what's going on there. Two Republicans. So the vote here is pretty much seems like it's done here in Washington. So if nothing comes up here, we'll probably be winding it down here in a little bit because this is just there's nothing left. We've hit the point where we've got no more results. Again, the upcoming schedule is Hawaii on the 10th, and then next Tuesday, Connecticut, Minnesota, Vermont, Wisconsin. I'd like to get a little bit more here out of Washington. I gave them so much credit, and then they just took it all away. You don't think it's smart for Democrats to double down childless cat ladies? Even if Vance making that comment wasn't the smartest thing to say, it plays into Vance's focus on families. Yeah, and I'm not sure even how long ago that comment was, but again, I mean, if he said that in office, that'd be a lot bigger deal than if he said it years ago. And I think comments matter from the past, but I mean, it can't be everything. You want to see what somebody's done in office, what they're going to talk about doing going forward. And, I wouldn't dwell so much on just like when Trump or when Vance was against Trump back in the day. I wouldn't dwell on that because now he's for him and it doesn't really matter that he was against him way back. What does a land commissioner do? Not even exist in my state. Yeah, that's one to take a look at. New York Times won't let me see all the candidates for land commission. Yeah, it's not. I tried to do that as well. It did not come up. Vance made the childless comments in 21. Yep. So prior to being in office, um, it's all how much weight you want to put on that. I think you could bring it up, but I mean, if you're going to just bring that up relentlessly, if I want to focus more on his policy positions, just like Harris, I want to focus more on what she's done in office, the positions. I mean, it's going to depend. There's going to be a lot of comments people make. I tend to not want to just put all the focus on one or two or three kind of off the cuff comments that are maybe they didn't age well. But yeah, I mean, it's not a great comment. That's for sure. Let's see. Washington does mass mail in votes. It takes a while. Okay. Yeah, it is a mail in ballot state, but for it to just totally dry up here. We're down to just 11 people. So this is kind of winding down. I think that's the cue to really wrap it up pretty soon. We're over 4.5 hours. But I know it's getting late. People got to go to bed. They've got to focus on their day tomorrow. We all have lives outside of politics here. Okay. Late counting results in Washington tend to favor Republicans. Primary results look good. News for Republicans overall. Well, 58% in, is that a good sign if it's sitting at 58 and we got nothing else so far? I mean, Cantwell at 58%. Is that good? Seems like, is that good for the Republicans? It seems like if you try to apply that to the general election, Cantwell is going to absolutely sail, which is what I would expect anyway. Governor, that's going to be potentially, potentially it could be a dark horse race. All right, 12 people. Okay. Let's see. Cantwell tends to overperform. Looks like R+7 shift right now. All right. Well, I mean, I'll be calling it however it goes in November. And that's when a lot of people are going to be proven right. A lot of people are going to be proven wrong. I thought I thought there would be more of a wave in 22. Didn't happen. I thought Hillary was going to win in 16. Didn't happen. Wayne County is up to 6%. Let's give it up for Wayne County. They're finally counting some votes. There's still zero here. That's disappointing as well. Zero in a few counties. I don't get it. It looks like Sri Tanadar, he's back on top, by the way. Okay. Tend to agree with you. Don't think primary results are typically very useful for indicating trends in the general turnout. Voter pool is just so different. Yeah, we're in agreement. It's just not, I don't think there's enough utility there. It's too inconsistent. And plus, who would want to get their hopes up or down based on the primary? I mean, sometimes it is going to matter. Sometimes. But yeah, I like to just see what happens. See, is it going to pour in Michigan or not really? 6%. So at least Kansas is all the way in, at least the main races. It could be something in the state house and Senate. Nothing in the Senate. House has, and they've got a few races still not called. Another Schmidt running here. $40 to 36% here. Anyway, it's late in the stream, so Washington, I think they got a little bit more in, maybe. Well, I can't say that there's that much left. The chat has dried up. It's late. The viewers have declined. The results have slowed down. Most of it's in. I think we had another acceptable stream. Gave it a good 4 to 5 hours. And again, the upcoming schedule is Hawaii on the 10th, and then next Tuesday we've got Connecticut, Minnesota, Vermont, Wisconsin. There will not be a stream for Hawaii. And we've got some hearts. There we go. People still alive out there. There could be a stream here next Tuesday. It's a possibility. I would like to. I'm planning on it, but I cannot say for sure. And yeah, the hearts are appreciated. I assume it helps the channel. And hopefully everybody's liking and sharing and subscribing. It's always helpful. So yeah, we're at about coming up on 5 hours in about 10 minutes. But if nobody has anything else, if we're kind of hit a brick wall here on the results, it's probably a good point to bring the stream to a close. So yeah, I would have liked to get the final results here in Washington, but it's not there yet. Everything else pretty much in for the most part. State House, State Senate. A lot of results here. Um, CAC retail purchasing. Got a frown. I'm not sure why, but maybe it's because the stream is coming to a close. Now that's what happens. All good streams must come to an end. And, you know, if there's demand and if there's results, I'd sit on here a while, but we've got not many people here and we've got the results that have stopped. So that's pretty much going to be it for this stream. Try to do a recap video. I've covered the results here the whole time. So I think that's going to be it for this August 6th stream. So again, I hope everybody enjoyed the stream. Remember to like, share, subscribe. Thanks to all the comments, all the hearts. Join the channel if you'd like to support it. Follow me on Twitter. Plan is to do a stream next week. Hope everybody has a great night, and we'll see you next time.